Okay, we'll start with this. I'm Victor. I'm Victor Kaminsky. I am your instructor. I'll be your instructor for this entire course. I know one day next to the last day of class, I'm going to have a substitute in here for me. Got a doctor's appointment. And other than that, you guys, you'll have me for the whole entire class. Okay. So I'm going to go over some of the basics right now about how to get your license. Okay. One of the first things you got to do is you got to take and complete this class. It's a 75-hour course. The Real Estate Commission, the state law requires that you be present for at minimum 80% of the class time. So that means that you can miss a day and not have to make it up. But you're still going to need the content. So I do make that content available to you guys. All right. Now, let me pull up my my browser window here. So I do make the content available to you guys in pre-recorded classes, and I'm going to be recording this class too. And I always try to get a better recording, you know. So let me share with you my browser window. Okay, you guys can all see my web browser here.
Yes.
All right. So this is I sent you guys all 2 emails, one for the Zoom meeting invite, one for shared Google Drive and all kinds of class supplement materials. If you were to click on the link for the shared Google Drive, it actually takes you into here. Whether you have a Google account or not, you should have access to it. Now, even though you got the 14th edition book here of Essentials in New Jersey Real Estate, we're not using the 14th edition slides. I have not customized any of these. So basically there is a slideshow here. You see it says slideshows and links used in class. If you want to follow along or print out any of these slides that I show you, because some of them got some pretty damn good notes in them that I usually dictate to people, but instead, since we're online, I'm just showing them to you, okay? You can either snap pictures of them, because I got some good ones. You don't need them all. You only need like the good ones, you know? Or you could, I'm making these slideshows available to you. I also have the videos available to you so that you can watch, like if you miss a day, you could watch that video. So basically, if you go into this one, slideshows and links, you see there's a class links document. And then there's all the slideshows. It says 13th edition and then the chapter number, right? Even though it's these are highly customized from the 13th edition, but I updated them for this book. So these are all up to date, okay? Just so you're aware, it's not like you're using old slides. These are, listen, the book manufacturer slides are crap. These are good, highly customized slides that have all the info that you guys really need here. Now that class links Word document, I'm not going to open it from the web browser. I'm going to open it up right now from my computer. I have a copy of that on my computer. Just give me one sec. And I'm going to show you what's in there. In that class links document, we also have the links for the YouTube videos. One just opened up. There we go. So you can see in here, this is what it looks like when you open it up. At the top, it says links for current YouTube videos. Okay. So here's like the last classes that I've taught. I've recorded those videos, put them up on YouTube, but you need this link to get to them. All right. So they're playlists for each of the classes. So, you know, if one class is missing a video, I think they're all complete, but if one class is missing a video, just click on another class. You'll get the content that you need. All right. So this is where you can get access to all the pre-recorded class videos of classes that I've taught before. So if you miss a day, you could actually make it up by following along in the book and listening to me and watching me talk to you, except it's not going to be live. It'll be through this. Now, you cannot make up hours that way. All right. You cannot complete the class that way. You can make up to 15 hours. That's 2 days of class. Your maximum you're allowed to miss is 2 days of class. Otherwise, any more, you have to make up the time by sitting in another class. Real Estate Commission rules, not mine. All right. Real Estate Commission is a part of the Department of Banking and Insurance. They're the ones that issue us our licenses. They're the ones that monitor our licenses. And they're the ones that are, make sure that they enforce the rules and make sure that the schools are doing what we're supposed to be doing, that the students are meeting their minimum requirements before they issue you a license. All right. Everybody with me?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. All right. So I'm just trying to start us in the habit of that little question answer dialogue thing. If I say something and I ask for an answer, that you guys are replying to it, because I could fall asleep in this class just as easy as you. I know it's kind of dry material that we're going to be going over here, but I try to make it as entertaining as possible. I try to keep it engaging. I try to keep you guys involved in the class. All right. But you guys can bore the hell out of me too. So I like you guys to communicate with me a little bit. Otherwise, I feel like I'm just talking to a camera that's pointing at my face. So impersonal, right? So I understand that. So let's get back to that. Wrong one. Here's back to that shared drive with all those PowerPoint slides in it and that class links. That's where we have all the links to those videos and tons of other links too. I may add. You know what? Let me go back to that Word document here. Give it a second to come up on your screen. And if you were to scroll down past these links for the YouTube videos, I have some other information that was included in that email that I sent you, like here's a video, how to copy files from the shared Google Drive to your own without having to download them. Because these videos are pretty big files if you were just to download them to your computer or to your device. I found out a way, and I created a how-to video here on if you have your own Gmail account, you actually have a Google Drive. This is a place where you could store up to 15 gigabytes of information. So all these slides and stuff, if you want to copy them over to your own shared drive, this video walks you through how you could do that without having to download them and then re-upload them. Okay, it's a neat little video I put together there for you. I have an audio cram session for exams. If you guys want to do that much later, it's about 5 hours, not 6 here. Maybe about 5 I'll put there. And I have older audio lessons as well. They're still mostly good. Some things have changed, but it's mostly good. And I got some test taking tips here. There's this is to a video with or an audio file with test taking tips, just give you some advice on when taking the exam, how to answer questions, what to look for, etc. And some additional bonus materials in this drive. Okay. Here's our links to all of the schools' website, their YouTube channels, and all that good stuff. Our Facebook page. Go there, like us, love us. I do give free giveaways every now and then for people who have liked our page. Sometimes people ask for additional study sources and they go and they sign up for ones that are garbage. So I have nothing to do with these, but I'm sharing it with you because I don't want you to waste your money if you're going to be doing that. Sometimes people like free or paid, whatever. They like to have sample exams that they could do. And they sign up for these websites that give you these sample exams for the state. But they say that they're for New Jersey, but they're not. They're generalized real estate questions, which use terminology that we don't use here in New Jersey. So even though they say they're for New Jersey. So I'm going to tell you one here. This is the only one that I came across that I know of that uses wording as close to New Jersey as possible. And it's a pretty good testing app. I used it when I got my license. It's been around for a while. I got my license late 2003, early 2004, something like that. But this prorealestateexam.com is a pretty good one, but they charge about $60 for this. But it's a pretty good app. It allows you to take sample exams and quizzes online when you answer questions, it tells you, it gives you immediate feedback, whether you got the question right or wrong, and it tells you why. So I think that that's a good testing tool, but you don't really have to pay for any testing tools. I'm going to teach you everything that you need to know. But if you like that, and if that's what you're looking for, well, there's an option for you right there. Okay, just making the options available for those who are looking for that stuff. You also have a free flashcard app. There's apps that you can have on your cell phone or your tablets or what have you that'll do flashcards for you. Now, you don't have to recreate the wheel and make flashcards for all the terms and definitions that I am going to teach you. You can download this app or go to this website called Quizlet.com. It's free, and it's a free flashcard application. And when you go there, you could see that they give you all kinds of questions and stuff. You could search the title of this book in Quizlet, and you could get other people's flashcard sets that they created. So you don't have to start your own set of flashcards from scratch. And then you could edit theirs if you don't like the way their definition is. You could add it to your own set of flashcards, and then you could edit it so that you have your own custom set to study from. Because listen, this class is going to teach you about laws. It's going to teach you a lot of real estate terminology. It's going to teach you about the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. It's going to teach you discrimination. We're going to go over a lot of stuff, but some theory, but the majority of this is really terms and definitions. And if you get those down good, you should be all right to pass these exams. So that's why I tell people it's like you're learning a new language here. You're learning a new language in 75 hours. The language of real estate. All right. Some of the terms that we go over may sound familiar to you, others not. But either way, it's a lot of new information. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a lot of information. So, but none of it's rocket science. I'm going to explain everything that we go over so that you fully understand it. But it's a lot of information to remember. So you do need to study. If you don't study, you're not going to pass. Not unless you got a photographic memory. You're not going to pass. Okay. You need to study still, even though none of this stuff is rocket science. Okay. It is a lot of information. Okay. So let me just leave it at that. So in this Word document, I got all kinds of other resources here. You guys can all see this Word document, right? Let me just confirm.
Yes.
All right. So after you complete this class or finish the hours, the Real Estate Commission still does not consider your education requirement completed until you take and pass a school exam. All schools are required to give an exam as well. So before you can move on and take the state exam. So we do make the exam available online now, and we do it through another service. Now, the service charges us a fee, so we charge a fee for the exam. We told you that in the beginning, and it's on the website. It's $20 for 2 attempts, or for every 2 attempts that you take. So there's no, meaning that there's no limit on how many times you could try to take the exam. If I go to our website real quick, I'll just walk you through and show you where you can register for it. It's take you to the calendar page, the same page where you registered to join this website, to join this class. You scroll down, you see right over here, school exam options. Okay, in person, well, we're not giving in person now, okay? But online, $20 good for 2 attempts. Those 2 attempts good for 90 days. So you click on here, and then it'll pull up the registration form where you have to put in all of your information, what class you attended, and I tell you the correct format to enter the class. You're taking the day class right now. So it'll be SPD dash, and then the date, the 2-digit day, 2-digit month, 4-digit year, right? And see, here's the enrollment form. So you're going to fill all this information that it asks of you in the enrollment form, because this is all the information that we need to hand over to the state after you take and pass after you take the class and pass the school exam. And then you could go here at the end of this form. It'll give you this link for the payment page that you need to copy and paste in there. If not, you can come back to the same page for registering for the exam. Above it and below it, we have that link where you could then pay for the exam. Okay. And that's how you do this. That's how you get yourself ready for the school exam. All right, next thing, let's go over some of the basics. The school exam, the state exam. All right, let me see. This is stuff I have here pertaining to when you're taking the in-person class. If you lose your book, you need another one. It's $42 for a new book. All right. We give students 6 months to initially complete the class. How long do you have to finish this class, which includes passing a school exam?
A year.
Look,
6 months.
6 months. Okay. To finish this class. Wait, how long is this class that you guys are taking right now? 75-hour class, but when is it going to end?
In 6 months.
2 weeks. You guys are taking a 2-week class.
2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You guys are taking a 2-week class. All right. We give you 6 months to finish. What does that mean? If you should stop taking it for some reason, you can pick it up in another class somewhere. You can make up your time, but you need to finish not only the hours, but pass the school exam in 6 months. Okay, everybody say, we got 6 months to finish.
6 months to finish.
6 months.
All right. Now that's plenty of time. That's plenty of time. But I just want to make sure that you guys know this straight out. Now, we give you 1 year of free retakes of the class for review purposes only. All right. 1 year of retakes for review, not to certify your hours with the state. Okay. So if something should happen, you stop coming to this class, we allow you 6 months to complete the course. If you go past that 6 months, look, we allow you 1 year for reviews. Like if you want to retake this class before you go take the state exam, that's fine. You can do that for free. But in order to certify the hours and to take that, certify that exam for the state, you got 6 months. If you go over that, we allow you a one-time extension, but it's an additional $100 for another 6 months. Okay. Let me see all the stuff, smoking and stuff that you can smoke in your own house. We're teaching from home. We're learning from home right now, but not here in the when we're in the school. So I'm not going to go over a lot of these notes and stuff. You guys got highlighters? Because I'm going to tell you a lot of stuff to highlight.
Yes.
All right. Now, from the day that you pass the school exam, you've completed your education requirement. The Real Estate Commission wants us to tell you this particular line that you see here in bold, meaning that you have 1 year to get your license from the day that you pass the school exam. A year is a year is a year. And what does that mean?
Nothing more.
It means not a day more. So you have 1 year from the day that you pass the school exam. Now, because of COVID and everything, they were allowing people an extension on that because there was a period of time that the state was shut down, that the testing centers were shut down. But that's not going to apply to you guys. All right. Everything's open already. All right. Even though we can't do it here, we could do it online. State exam is available in person or online. All right. And when you take the state exam, it's $45 for each attempt to take the state exam, whether you're going in person or online. All right. So there's 110 questions. Did I have the questions in here somewhere? You got 110 questions on the school exam. You got 110 questions on the state exam to pass the exam. Here we go. It's 110 graded questions on school and state salesperson's exam. Now, on state exam, they give you 120 questions, but they only grade 110 of them, but you're not going to know which 10 they're not grading. So treat them all as legit exam questions, okay? So they give you 110 questions. Passing score is 70%. Percent. What does that mean? That means that in order to pass, you have to get 77 questions right. You're allowed to get 33 questions wrong and still pass with a 70 score. Okay? By the way, here's my email address, victor@careerpathacademy.com. Should you guys need to get in touch with me directly, but I sent you the Zoom invites and the other information directly from my email, so you already have that. Now, I'm reading this all to you from the school welcome package, which is, I did not email it, but it is in the shared Google Drive. So let me go back and show you where. That's not it. Here's the web browser. There you go. All right, so in the shared Google Drive, you see here's the one with the slideshows and everything. Above that, there's one called supplemental materials. And if you go into that, there's a new student package. This is what I'm reading from you. I opened this and I have this available to you. I also updated some other things. PSI is the state's testing center. They give you this testing booklet that shows you about, you know, how to register for state exam and all that. You're not going to be able to do it until after you pass the school exam, though. Okay, just so you're aware. It'll say that you'll get an error that they don't have you in their system. I have a math how-to study guide here. You see this, math problems. This is actually a step-by-step math how-to study guide that I prepared for you guys for any math problems that you're going to get. Don't freak out. There's not a lot of them. All right. And I walk you through it step by step. All right. Look, I give you even a little 85 question sample exam here. So I'm giving you more sample exams. So I got some other information available in here too, even a sample sales contract. You guys can see what it looks like for real estate. So anyway, I have this document open right now.
Victor,
Yes,
can I ask you a quick question?
sure. You just
So, you
did.
know, I have the old book, but I do have the new book yesterday. Thank you. I
You're
wanted to ask you, being that we have an updated book, the 14th version, did the test change again in any type of way or no?
Well, the book got updated with the laws.
Okay.
So it's up to date now. But look, I'm working as a contributor to Essential of New Jersey Real Estate's next edition book. So I have a lot of suggestions because even though this is a new book, there's mistakes in it. You know, but when we come across them, I'll tell you. You know, plus not everything is worded the best the way that it could be worded. So I'm going to tell you guys ways to reword things or highlight them or take your own notes. All right. I mean, I'm making suggestions for the next book. Are they going to use them? I don't know. But at least I'm going to try, right? And try to get you a little better book here by having them, you know, well, for the future anyway. But yeah, so this one is up to date as far as the current laws are in place, except for two laws, which I know the state exam has not even updated yet because the real estate commission themselves were unaware of it until I made them aware of it. All right, so there's two laws that book manufacturers and the real estate commission and the testing center were totally oblivious to. I made them aware of it and they're running it through their lawyers and all that stuff to try to make adjustments and updates with the PSI testing center, with the you know, with everything. They have to confirm what I said first, and then they have to update it with PSI. So I'll tell you what those things are. I'm going to teach you the real law, and then I'll tell you those two issues that we're going to come across in the book. You know, just study the old rule, which really does not apply in real life anymore. But I'll tell you to study the old rule for the exam. All right. So you're lucky you get me here. I'm telling you two things that are on the state exam that are correct, but they're not correct in real life. All right. All right. So in this student welcome package, I put together a big laundry list of job interview questions for you guys. All right. Here's a common list of questions that I suggest that you be asking brokers when you're looking for a broker to work for. All right. It's a lot of information. I'm not going to go over all these questions right now because some of them may seem Greek to you if you don't speak Greek. Okay. So there's a lot of job interview questions that I prepared for you that you could take this with you guys on job interviews to interview your brokers, asking them questions. Yes, I said interview your brokers. Don't let them just interview you. You should interview them. You could go work anywhere you want. Just about any broker will hire you. You walk in the front door, just about any broker will hire you. It's a matter of selecting the right broker for you. Okay, I want you guys to find the right broker for you. So I give you all kinds of questions of important things to ask. Because look, when you start working at a broker, there's some upfront fees sometimes. You got to be a member of an MLS. There's insurance you got to carry and all that stuff. So I give you a bunch of questions to ask the broker. Do I got to pay this stuff up front? Can you float me on some of it? Do you take it out of my first transaction? You know, how does it work? What are all the expenses for me to get started here? You know, so I go over all this in these sample question list here for you. Okay, so I provided that for you. Don't forget about that. It's a good resource. But at the front of your books, if we go in just a couple of pages here, it says getting started about this book, getting started in real estate. They give you a little write-up there. It's a good read on your own time, okay? A little bit about the job description, selecting a broker. And after selecting a broker, they give you a list of questions to ask as well, right? Maybe they missed something that I have in my list, okay? I know my list got a lot more stuff than they do, but you know, I just noticed they got a little list of that stuff in here too. So that's not a bad thing, you know. Maybe actually I should add to my my lists, their list, my questions for the next version of this book. So I'm actually going to make a notation for that too. Add to next book list of job interview questions. All right. I'm taking notes on the side too. See that? Mm-hmm. All right. So, and then we have to go over this with you. All right. This is when you're taking the state exam to get your license. They do give you a bunch of questions to make sure that you qualify for licensing. So they start off with this. Before you make a commitment to enroll in pre-licensing course, okay, you have to meet certain regulations. And they give you these screening questions. With the exception of a motor vehicle violation, have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, disorderly persons offense in the state of New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government, or are you presently on probation or parole? All right. Now, if you were ever convicted is what they're asking here, okay? Now, if they ever ask you questions, were you ever arrested? And if you were arrested, just be honest. Because lying about being arrested, if they ask you simply if you were ever arrested or something, is worse than the crime. You know, you could be innocent, you could have been found innocent of something, but they asked you if you were ever arrested, and if you were, if you don't disclose it, they look at you as a liar, and they don't want to give licenses to liars. All right. They want people with honesty and integrity to take this job. Okay. It's really easy to get your license. You take a 75-hour class, you take 2 exams, you get fingerprinted, you find a broker, you go work for them. What are you required to have, a high school diploma or a GED? You know, and then you can make as much money, if not more money, than a lawyer. you know, so they want to make sure at least that you have integrity and that you're an honest person, especially since you're going to have the keys to people's houses, the ability to get into people's houses. You're going to have access to people's financial information. They don't want to give that information to liars, right? So be honest. If you were ever arrested, the crime may not prevent you from getting the license, but the lie about being arrested would. You follow what I'm saying? All right. So I'm not saying that that applies to anybody here, but I just got to go over this stuff. Okay. And we'll go over what the things are that they're looking for. Now, here's another question they ask. Is there a criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, or criminal accusation or criminal information presently pending against you? Or are you presently under indictment? That means were you ever accused of a crime? Or in New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? Or are you presently enrolled in any New Jersey pretrial intervention, PTI programs, or similar state or federal programs involving a deferral or disposition of criminal prosecutions? All right. Have you ever had a real estate or other professional license or certificate suspended, surrendered, or revoked in lieu of formal prosecution in New Jersey or any other state? Are you behind more than 6 months on child support? All right. That could delay you getting a license. It won't necessarily prevent you, but it could delay you from getting a license. Look, you know, you got child support, you know, you're trying to get a job right now so that you could pay it, you know? So it depends on how you present it to the real estate commission. All right. They want to see if you're just dodging it altogether, or are you trying to make an effort, you know? Are you under the age of 18 at the time you're taking the exam? That's the state exam. All right. You have to be at least 18 years of age or older in order to get your license. All right. And have a high school diploma or GED. Anybody here have a license in another state? Anybody ever previously licensed in New Jersey? Knock it out. Makes it easy. Everybody here got a high school diploma or a GED? I don't need to see the paper. Neither does the state. They just asked the question, but be honest about it. Okay. And do you currently have a real estate license in any other state as well? All right. So those are the questions that they basically go over with you. All right. Those are your qualifying questions that they ask you before you could get your license. All right. So let me close out that form. So you see how we share documents and it'll bounce through the windows and such? Hey, Tracy, you got in, huh? What was the problem? You needed to be logged in? You got to unmute yourself there, hon. You see the microphone bottom left there?
Okay.
There you go. What was the problem? You needed to get logged in?
You want me to say what the problem is? I don't want to say right now because
Okay. Okay. So it's up
right.
to you. I mean, is it private? I mean, I don't care.
no,
Okay, go ahead. You can say.
no, I don't want to say.
Okay. All right. So anyway, okay, so now we got everybody in. I was just we didn't actually start learning the lesson yet. I was just going over everything for as far as the licensing procedures. You know, you got to take this class, state exam. We went over, you have to disclose any criminal history or criminal background check, or if you were ever arrested of anything. Do you have license in this state or any other state? Does anybody live in another state? That's an
Yes,
important
me.
question I must ask too.
I live in New York.
You live in New York. Okay, so Hermant. Is it Hermant? Am I pronouncing it right? Hermant?
You could call me Robin.
Robin. Okay, well, I'm
Yeah.
horrible with names, so I'm going to be looking at the screen to see what it says anyway, because I'm horrible with names. Please excuse me.
Oh yeah, I'm eating right now. That's why I got my.
Sure, no problem, no
video
problem. So, yeah, if you live in another state, can you get your license here in New Jersey? Yes, we're going to learn that you can get your license in New Jersey. However, you have to
I'm
sign
currently
an
in Maine,
additional document that basically says that you're agreeing to come back to New Jersey to get sued in this state. They call it an irrevocable consent to service of process. Okay, this is actually probably an exam question too. Okay,
Mhm.
so basically they're saying if you ever sued somebody, right? Where do you got to sue them? You got to sue them not just in the
In
state
the
they
state.
live, but the county that they live in, right? Now, if the New Jersey Real Estate Commission is going to be giving you a license, a New Jersey license, and you live in a different state, if you ever violate New Jersey licensing law, where do they got to take you to court? In that county, in that state where you live. And the New Jersey law that you had violated is not going to be on their books. Plus, they're not going to be running all over the country to chase after people who are violating New Jersey law. They said, hey, if you want a license here, you have to sign a document agreeing to come back to New Jersey and have it heard here in our courts. Okay. So I'm explaining this to everybody because it's probably an exam question. Okay. Can you get a New Jersey license if you do not live in the state?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. You just need to sign a consent to be sued in the state. That's basically what it boils down to. All right.
I'm currently in Maine though. That's what I was trying to earlier.
That's fine. That's fine. Look, remote learning, remote learning. You know what? It's remote learning is usually illegal. It's not allowed in New Jersey. We only have a temporary order from the governor that allows us to do this. So after the whole COVID thing passes eventually, unless they change the state law, you're not going to be able to take classes like this online to get your New Jersey real estate license until they change the law, you know. But until that happens, you know, we have a temporary order to legally teach you online these real estate licensing classes, but they have to be live classes. They can't be self-paced classes. If there's any self-paced classes out there, they're not following the rules. It has to be a live instructor that's teaching you here, all right? They can answer your questions. That's why I told you, even though I make videos, if you miss a day, you want to get caught up on the content you missed, I made those videos available for you guys to watch of pre-recorded classes to get the content, but you can't make up the hours that way. All right. All right, let's see what else we got here on the list. So I could show you that PSI booklet too. PSI testing booklet that is in the shared Google Drive as well. So let me show you where it is once again. So in the shared Google Drive, in the supplemental materials folder, you see there's one that says PSI test booklet. This is the latest one, 9/21/2020. All right, that's when it was updated. And once again, it is in the supplemental materials folder within the shared Google Drive, which I sent you the link to. I already have that document open, so I'm going to go to it. And here is the PSI booklet. PSI is the state's testing center. All right, they got all kinds of information in this booklet, but basically it's going to cost you, when you initially get your license after you pass the state exam, it's going to initially cost you $160 to get your license for the first time. All right, now your license itself costs $100. So when it comes up for license renewal, it's going to cost $100 to renew your license. Why does it cost $160 the first time? Well, they got the breakdown right here for you. $100 is for the license. $50 is for an application fee, background check, and $10 for the guarantee fund. Total, $160. Okay. You'll actually need to know this breakdown for state exam. All right. They want you to be aware of all the costs, you know, and everything is double for a broker's license, which you guys don't qualify for yet. But a broker's license would be $200 for the license itself, $50 for that background check, and $20 for the guarantee fund for a broker's license. But I have that on a slideshow. We'll go over that. So you'll have it on a slideshow. Anyway, PSI is its testing center. They have testing centers in all 50 states. So if you're in a different state, you could take the New Jersey exam in a live person in one of the other states. You could take a New Jersey licensing exam in Maine, for example, right? Or you could take it online. You don't got to go anywhere. You can take it online. But if you're taking it online, let me stop this video so you can focus on me for a second here. When you're taking the state exam online, all right, you see this area around me? There's like an invisible area around my picture over here that you guys are seeing me, that they have as a boundary, as a zone, that it monitors you. It's an artificial intelligence that they have set up in their software, that if you sudden movements, you know, stuff like that, you know, they figure that you're getting up and getting out of your chair. So it's recording. Your video has to be on when you're taking the state exam if you're taking it remotely. They're recording the whole time to make sure that you're not looking at any books or notes. Can't have any cell phone near you. As a matter of fact, they're going to want you to pan the camera around the room before the exam starts. Okay. Then if you get up during the exam will stop on you. All right. Now, it'll give you the opportunity to restart it. If you don't restart it right away, the exam center will call you to see if you're having trouble with the exam and to get you started again. And they review the videos. Basically, nobody's watching you live take the exam. They're recording you taking the exam. And then they could just fast forward through the video and see if there's any sudden motions, to see if you look like you're talking or doing something suspicious. And if you are, then they'll play the video from that point to see if you're cheating at all. All right. Because you cannot, it's against the law to cheat on a state licensing exam, you know? So this is how they do it. All right. It's a quick way, instead of having a proctor monitor everybody, they can just fast forward through the video. Oh, what's going on here? All right. Now, so basically that's the process of how it works when you're doing it remotely. They are recording you, and they do have this artificial intelligence. They got like this invisible halo around you. So if you're like doing all these crazy movements or stuff, it could trip up the exam and knock you out of the exam, but then you can get back into it again. All right. All right. Just want to get you guys familiar with the process, because we just did the instructors just did a state seminar, and they informed us of some of the issues and some of the new things that we're dealing with right now. And I just want to make sure that you guys are as informed as possible. We got to go over some of this stuff before we get into the learning. All right, to the learning part. All right. Now, if we're back into this this PSI booklet here, they go over how to take the exam on their computer system. Well, here's the one for the broker. See, here's the broker breakdown. Cost them $270 to initially get their license, $200 for the licensing fee, $50 for the background or application, and $20 to guarantee, for a grand total of $270. All right. This is their website. You can schedule on their website, psiexams.com. After I enter you into their system, that's after you pass the school exam, they're going to ask for all your information. All right. So basically, this thing goes over how do you register for the exam. You do have to put your social security number in, or your tax ID if you have a TIN number. And it goes over selecting your location. You know, you'll see that they got time slots. You got to select the available time slots. They'll be grayed out if they're not available, and then or the dates and times for the location that you want to take the exam at, unless you want to take it online. Before taking your remote online proctored exam, please check the system capability. Okay, all right, something else. All right, so they go over the costs, scheduling. You could call up or you could do it online at psiexams.com. Here's all their locations in New Jersey: Brick, Cherry Hill. By the way, they're also in the book in chapter 1. We'll go over them. So these are all the locations: New Brunswick, New Providence, Parsippany, Secaucus. I got some more locations here on this side. Another North Brunswick, Northfield. Anyway, you got to bring ID with you. Oh, wait, how do you do this when you're doing the exam online? You're going to put your ID up to the camera so that it focuses, and then you're going to press a button for it to snap a picture of your ID. You have to have a valid ID that you show. You have to have 2 forms of ID. At least one government issued photo ID. And here's what is acceptable: a state issued driver's license, state issued identification card, US government issued passport, no foreign passports, only a US passport, US government issued military identification card, US government issued alien registration card, Canadian government issued ID they find acceptable, I guess. But it has to have your photo on it, and it must be valid and unexpired. All right, importante information there to know. Okay. Now, the second ID can be either a credit card, social security card, or a US issued birth certificate with the raised seal. Huh. That's getting kind of technical considering that they'll accept a credit card, right? You know, the funny part is they won't accept a firearms ID. You know, the one that's got your fingerprint on it, that they had to do all the background checks and all that. They won't accept a firearms ID. So if you got a firearms ID, even though you went through all those background checks and everything to get it, for some reason, they don't accept it. All right. Nah, I can't explain it. All right. Now, they go over a little brief tutorial on how the exam system, how their exam system works and looks, how that you can skip questions, or you can mark questions to come back to later, or you could report questions that you think are wrong or have issues, and you put a little type up in there, and then they'll review those things later. It's not going to affect your exam, but they'll review it for later. All right, here's their breakdown here. They give you 4 hours to take the exam. Guess how long we give you to take the school exam?
5 hours.
We give you 4 hours as well. All right, it's a school exam, state exam. They're both 110 questions. We both give you 4 hours to take it. Passing score is 70%, which is 77 correct. Okay. You don't need to worry about the brokers and instructors here because this is a salesperson's class that you guys are taking. But here's that information for the brokers if we have anybody watching the pre-recorded videos of the broker here. All right. Then they have a breakdown. Guys, check this one out. This one is interesting for you. They're giving you a breakdown of how many questions are on each topic on the exam. They're giving you the breakdown. And then they show you what the question, what subtopics, categories make up, what topics make up that category. Here, I'll go back to it. So, property ownership. On a salesperson's exam, 8% of the questions are coming from this category, and this is what makes up that category. All right, and you see over here, salesperson, financing, 10% of the questions make up that. Land use controls, 5%. General principles of agency, 13%. This is the stuff that we're going to learn in chapters, well, the first 3 chapters, but probably most of this will be in chapter 3. Valuation and market analysis, 7%. This stuff is chapter 16. Property disclosures, 6%. That's from maybe chapter 9. Yep, looks like all chapter 8 or 9. Contracts, salespersons, contracts. 17% of the questions are from the contracts. That is mostly, let's take a look here. That's mostly chapter 11. Chapter 11, tons of questions from that chapter. General practices of real estate, 13%. Once again, those first 3 chapters. Ooh, you think those first 3 chapters have a lot of questions coming from them? Leasing and property management. This is chapter 3 questions. Okay, this is from chapter 12. Real estate calculations. That's not necessarily just math. It could be just some of these topics that you need to understand the questions. That's not necessarily math. Okay, so 10% of the questions on that. Transfer of title. That's chapter 21, 8%. That you don't got to worry about. That's for instructors only. Duties and powers of the Real Estate Commission. This is chapter 1 stuff and chapter 2. 2 items. Now they moved from items to percent, you know, so I'm not sure if these are percentage or numbers of questions over here where they say percent, right? Licensing requirements, chapter 1. Statutes and rules governing licensing activities, 22. I'm not sure if that's percent or questions. By the way, that's a lot. You know where this is coming from? First 2 chapters. Those first couple chapters seem like they're pretty important to spend some time on, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will. And this is why a lot of classes are wondering why I spend so much time on the first couple chapters, because we're not learning real estate in depth yet. They want to get to the real estate stuff. I'm like, well, look where all the questions are coming from, right? Don't worry, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know, but I like to spend more time on the stuff that's going to help you pass that exam so you get the license to start working, right? Because after all, isn't that your goal? I know you want to learn, but you still need to pass that exam. All right, and additional questions for miscellaneous stuff, Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act, Law Against Discrimination. That's chapter, this is chapter 4. And this is probably chapter 2 or 3. All right. And then they show you some sample questions and how to answer them and blah, blah, blah. All right, that's enough time we spent on that. Boom. But I just wanted to go down the whole breakdown with you guys, you know, show you what you're expecting, okay? All righty, let's see. Are we ready to get started yet? Or is there something else I needed to show you? Oh, in the shared Google Drive, who was that asked me before about mixing classes? If you guys are gonna be mixing and matching classes at all, then you got to keep some sort of an attendance record for yourself. I have here a student attendance record available that you could download. I mean, you could use a scrap piece of paper, but you could take the student attendance record. It's probably a little bit better, you know, filled out with the dates, times, what class you were originally in, who the instructor is, you know, all that stuff, okay? Just so you can keep a track. You guys don't need to keep attendance if you're only going to be sitting in this class from start to end. If you're going to be mixing this class and another class to finish hours, you need to keep track of what days, what time, how many hours in each class you were in, okay? And you'll need to submit that to me. Otherwise, because I need to keep those records for the Real Estate Commission. All right. So let me minimize this and let me open up the slideshow and we are going to get started. Does anybody got questions for me before as I look to open up these slideshows and get us started?
Well, for the class schedule, I just found out that next week they're switching me back to day shift. So I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'll keep you updated and let you know.
All right, so
If it does.
if that happens, just keep a record. Say you started in this class, you got to keep your attendance then, you know. Look, you can get a blank piece of paper.
Yep.
Get a blank piece of paper and just write on here which class you started in, the SPD 01/11/2021, and then the dates, the chapters that we covered that day, and your hours, you know, start time, end time, okay? Just do that for each day. And then this way I can look when if you have to switch over to another class, then we could see what class you switched over in, and then I know to go to that class to look in that class for your attendance records, because I got to verify all this stuff for the state. It's a major pain in the ass, but I got to do it, you know. So help me out, okay? I don't want to go hunting around for records all over the place. All right. Any other questions? No? You ready? You're eager? Want to get started? Yes. Yes.
If you miss a class on, say, Friday,
Uh-huh.
is that same class gonna teach the same material gonna be teach on the night class?
No, night class moves at a different pace. Night class is half days. They're from 6 to 10. See, we're a 7.5-hour class here. They are 4-hour. So they're moving at a different pace than us. So you'd
how
have to
would you
check with the evening instructors to find out where they're at. Now, lucky for you, this current class, I couldn't find an instructor to teach that whole evening class. So for the evening classes, I'm splitting that class with another instructor. So basically, she's teaching the Mondays and Wednesdays, and I'm teaching Tuesdays and Thursdays in the evenings. So you could just ask me where we're at, and I'll let you know if I know where we were left off. If it was a day that I finished teaching. Oh, and you said for Friday? No, there is no evening class on Friday. Okay, it's just Monday through Thursday.
Okay. What time does the class start on the evening?
6 to 10.
Oh, okay. I could probably do that if I have to work the day shift.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting today. So good for you. They'll probably be behind our pace.
Got it. Yep.
All right. Okay. So let me share with you the slideshow and we'll get started. Actually, even before the slideshow, I want to talk to you a little bit about the book. We'll start off with the book before we start off in the slideshow. And just give me 1 second. I'm going to open up a whiteboard. It's kind of like I'm opening up the whiteboard. You guys can't see it right now. I'm doing this in the background. I got a million programs open on my screen so that I can manage teaching you this class, okay? So I got to juggle through some stuff. Microsoft Whiteboard is good, but it takes forever to open. So I got it opening right now in the background. So you want to see what I see? I see this. All right, that'll be going on for a while. So while that goes on, you guys can only see me right now, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about this, the book. We're going to start off by just cracking open the cover. Okay. And if you crack open the cover up here in the upper left-hand side, you see what I got highlighted there? How many feet in an acre? You need to know how many feet in an acre. You need to know that for exam, because they're going to give you a math problem. We're going to give you a math problem because you're taking 2 exams, school exam, state exam. I'm preparing you for both of them. And on both of them, you're going to get a math problem that you need to know how many feet in an acre in order to solve that math problem. And we and the state don't give you that number. So you need to know it. If you don't know it, you ain't getting the question right. So you're going to highlight 1 acre equals 43,560 square feet.
Where is that?
When you crack open the cover of the book, crack open the cover,
Yeah.
and on the inside of the cover, it's printed
Okay.
in the upper left-hand corner.
Okay.
How many feet in an acre? See that? How many feet in an acre? All right. So you're going to highlight that. Needs to know. All right. Now, we got this, I got my whiteboard just opened. And so there it is. So I'll be using this periodically through the class, not as much at the beginning, but look, I still got it. And so I'm going to use it. So let me show you a little tip. You guys want to know a tip, a little trick on how to remember this? Can you count to 6? Raise your hand if you can count to 6. All right, I'm going to make it difficult. Can you count to 6 starting with 3? Did I lose some people there? Can you count to 6 starting with 3? 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Now, this is how I remember it. Now there's a couple songs. There's a country song with like this, and there's a Beyonce song like this. They go to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. At least they got those words in there. I know I'm not doing the tone or beat or anything right? But they got the words in there. To the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Okay. So count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the left. But first we're gonna draw a comma. 3, 4, to the left, to the left. Now to the right, to the right. 5, 6, and we throw a 0 on there for good luck. Boom. How many feet in an acre?
3,560.
Right there, right? So there's a way to try to remember it. You know, if you don't just memorize the number outright, just remember, count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Then you can remember it. Okay? I hope that helps you remember it anyway. Okay? Neat little thing. So I'm full of beautiful little gems like that to try to remember crap. Okay? Hopefully that stuff helps you out. So let's get back to that slide. Or let's get back to the book here. So let me cancel out of here. All right, so now you see me again. That off to the side. All right, now in the back of the book, you know, they also have a bunch of formulas as well. We're not going to have to highlight anything there. But let's see, we have a glossary back there. Do not use the glossary to make your flashcards, okay? These terms and definitions, a lot of these definitions are horrible. Okay, so don't use them as an example in that glossary. Now, in the back of the book, starting on page, so you should either put a sticky pad note like I got here to mark it, or just write it down somewhere in your notes. Starting on page 589 in the back of the book, there's answers to all the chapter quizzes. There's quizzes, there's key terms to review, and there's sample exams in this book. The answers are printed in the back of the book. So I'm not going to have you do any homework assignments, and I'm not going to tell you to do this stuff. You study if you want. You want to take these sample exams, go ahead. It's up to you. The quizzes at the end of every chapter, they're good to take. Yes. Don't ask me, is it good to take these to study? Let me think. Is it good to study? Is it good to practice? What do you think? You know, all right. So, but the answers are right in the back of the book. Okay. So you could figure it out. Now, if you have any questions as to why they came up with an answer on something and you're doing these quizzes, you could ask me the next day and I'll work it out for you in class. We can work it out. Now, granted, I know there's 1 or 2 questions in the whole entire book that are wrong. Okay. But the majority of them are good. Okay. So those answers are printed in the back of the book, page 589 there. Then they have something, if we start flipping through the books, I'm flipping from right to left. There is, we see this 11:5. These are the rules and regulations of the real estate commissions, the one that give us our licenses. Rules and regs, 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 rules and regs. Rules. Whew. What do you think we're going to be learning? Rules. Well, we're actually listening to the actual code this is the actual code of how it's written. But we're not going to teach it like that. We're going to teach it to you in English, not legalese. All right. So rules and regs. Let me try to flip through this a little quicker. Okay. Now we got the law, the real estate law printed in the back of the book. The law, that's 4515. Or they call it the law, or well, the rules and regulations are the rules and regulations created by the Real Estate Commission. That's also known as the Administrative Code. The law is Title 45, Chapter 15, or they refer to it on exams as New Jersey statutes. Okay, so 4515, 4515, 4515, law. The law. More law. Okay, so this is all the laws and rules and regulations. Now, what else we got printed here in the back of the book? We got a a guide of who all the people are on the real estate commission and their contact information. What else we got back here? Okay, we got a little glossary from phone numbers for the real estate commission. Oh, the Realtors Code of Ethics is printed in the back of the book for this is the 2020 version of Code of Ethics, which is a live document. We're going to go over Code of Ethics and stuff like that. Okay, so we got the Realtors Code of Ethics. Ethics is like it's a guide for people that shows you. It's a written guide for people that shows the industry professionals how they should treat each other as well as how they should treat the public. Okay, some people may refer to it as your moral compass. All right, but not everybody's moral compass is pointing due north, if you catch my drift, So we have a written guide for how we should be working and treating each other. Okay, they call that ethics. Okay, can you do something that's unethical but not illegal? Sure can. Okay, but guess what? You can lose your license just as easy if you violate ethics. Okay, all right, so we got sample exams. Chapter 23 and 24 are full big sample exams, over 100 questions on these things. Okay, so look at that. There's plenty of questions. If you guys want questions, you got them for free right here in the book. Chapter 22 is all about math. Guess what chapter we're not going to do? 22. You know why? I will be teaching you math, but so you don't play hooky on the last day when we go over just that chapter. I like to go over math as we come across it in the book. So it's also, we're not having one day that's just all about math. It's spread out, it's peppered throughout the book. Okay. And then chapter 21 is where we leave off at. So look what I did here. This is the book. I kind of cut it almost in half. See? A lot thinner now. Feel better? You're getting nervous when you see a book like this and we got to learn in 2 weeks, right? But if I break it in half like that, not so bad now, right?
Exactly.
It's still a lot, but it's not so bad. All right. So now we'll go back and we'll start at page 1. So work your way to page 1 in the book. All right. You guys find page 1. I'm going to find the slideshow and I'll get that on screen. Now, I usually don't keep it in this slideshow mode. I usually put it, that's my edit mode. I'll put it in a full screen mode like this. All right. I don't know what kinds of devices you guys are watching this on. I found out yesterday from a student that's watching this on an iPad that sometimes some of the stuff like they don't have control over where the video images are on an iPad, I guess, apparently. So if any of the content is obscured by the videos, I'm not sure if you can how you can control that on a separate device on an iPad or something, but if you need to get a note that's an important note or something, just ask me to minimize the screen and I'll just do this. I'll minimize it and I'll go back to this mode so that you could get the notes. Okay. Maybe slide it over a little bit. All right. But this is the edit mode that I usually get into, but I like to do the slideshow in full screen so that you guys can see the bigger picture, okay? So let me go back to that. You guys see it in full screen now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Let me move my Zoom controls, which you cannot see, which are in my way. And we're off to the races. Chapter 1, real estate licensing. So these first couple chapters are going to be just about the laws, rules, and regulations in order to get your license. Before we even get started, let me ask you guys a question. Who creates laws?
The Congress, the House and
Legislative,
Senate.
legislative.
Politicians. Let's keep it simple. I like the school of the KISS concept. You guys know what that means? Keep it simple, stupid, right? I like the keep it simple, stupid concept, right? I like to learn things so they're simple, stupid. I don't like things complicated, right? I think it's a good way to learn too. You know, if you try to use the proper terminology all the time, it may be hard to remember and translate in your head what that really means when we get into deep conversation. So I like to keep things simple, stupid, so that I get the basic grasp of an understanding of it, and we go from there. So sure, Congress, then it goes to the Senate, then it goes to the president's desk to sign, right? So that's how laws are created, right? Well, we're not talking about national laws right now. We're talking about state laws. Well, it works kind of on the same level. You know, we got our houses here as well in New Jersey, where our politicians have to create the laws. We got the left and the right, they work together hopefully they work together, to try to write laws. And then after those laws have been ratified, then they go to the governor, not the president. They go to the governor. This is how state laws are created. They go to the governor's desk, and then the governor can either veto them or sign them in. So basic gist of this is, who creates the laws? Politicians. Now, do politicians know all the ins and outs of the real estate business? No. Nope. So they passed on some of that power to the experts who work this stuff every day. The Real Estate Commission, which is a division of the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance. All right. So we're going to go over now the laws, like in the back of the book. Remember the 4515, all those pages? That's the actual law, or they refer to the law as New Jersey statutes. And the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, Title 11, Chapter 5, which they refer to as the Administrative Code. I'm going to have a slide up for it in just a couple of moments. First, let's go over what we're going to learn in this first chapter. We're going to learn about describing the classes of real estate licenses, the different types of licenses there are in the state of New Jersey to deal in real estate, explaining the licensing procedures for New Jersey residents and out-of-state residents, which we already discussed a little bit. I already told you guys, if you live out of state, you got to sign that irrevocable consent to be sued in the state to get your license here, right? And we're going to deal with, learn about what a rental referral agency is. All right. So who must be licensed is what we're going to start off with. And that's the very first sentence, I think, in the book here, right? Guess what we're going to start by doing? We're going to highlight the very first sentence of this book that says, anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration must have a license. Do you have to have a license to sell your own property?
No.
No. It's for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. Do you have to have a license? I'm having you highlight this because it's probably going to be on exam. You need to understand that. And I'm sure during this course, somebody's going to ask a question where I'm going to refer back to the very first sentence of this book. Okay. So let's see. The licensing regulations are created to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. Hopefully you guys have scruples. Okay. So let's, that next sentence says the New Jersey created real estate licensing regulations. I want you just to highlight licensing regulations protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. How could that, why am I having you highlight this? Well, let me ask you a question like it could be on exam. What is the purpose of licensing law?
The general public from
To protect the general public from who?
unscrupulous.
What'd you say? Unscrupulous. You could speak up a little bit. Or is it my speaker that's down? I don't know. No, it's you guys. You speak up a little bit.
To protect the people from unscrupulous brokers and real estate agents.
All right, good answer. I'm glad you didn't say from us. Because hopefully you have scruples, right? So licensing laws created to protect the general public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople, okay? Those are people who would take advantage. They have no scruples. They have no morals. They'll take advantage of anybody to make a quick buck, right? So those people, the law is there to protect them. All right, those that are getting taken advantage of by those. All right, now licenses are governed by the Real Estate Licensing Act, known as Title 45. You see it says 45:15. If you were to read that, it's read or translated into Title 45, Chapter 15, which are known as New Jersey statutes, okay? So if you look at the bullet point at the bottom of the page, it says, New Jersey licensing law was created for real estate licensing law was created in 1921. You don't need to know that. You don't need to know that year, okay? But the law was created in 1921. So prior to 1921, there was no requirement for having a real estate license to deal in real estate in New Jersey. So in 1921, they created New Jersey licensing law. So we have 2 bullet points here. I would say put a highlighted box around both of them. And above the first bullet point, I'm going to give you cross references. I always do. And I'm going to give you little explanations and notes to write in there. So I want you to write NJ statutes, like I have it here on the slideshow, NJ statutes, 45:15, because Title 45, Chapter 15, you'll see it referenced in the book like this, 45:15. And you will get a question, without a doubt, on state exam. They'll say, New Jersey statutes or New Jersey licensing law is, and then they'll give you a multiple choice, 45:15, 45:11, 11:15, they'll give you multiple choice options and you need to select the right one. So you need to know which one is licensing law. 45:15. 45:15 is the law. Now we only get 2 of these, 45:15 and 11:5, which is the next one. So for the first bullet point, you're writing above it, NJ statutes, 45:15. You could also refer to it as the laws of agency. I'm going to go a step further and give you the page number where if you want to actually see the law written in the back of the book, remember I was thumbing through it? The law, the NJ statute, starts on page 440 in the back of the book. If you wanted to write it down and make a cross-reference, in case you wanted to look at the actual law at some point. You could just thumb to the back of the book on page 440, and that's where the laws are written. So you could see the actual law. Like, here, let's take a comparison. We started off, I'm going to show you a little something here. The very first sentence in this book, what does it say? Who needs to have a license? Let's go to page 440. Let's look at the law for a second. On page 440. I want to show you how this book is actually teaching us. It's actually teaching you the law, but trying to translate it into English. What is 45:15-1, the first part of the law here? What is it? What's the title there say?
License required.
License.
They go over who's required to have a license. But they do it in a lot of legalese. The legalese speak, right? We're not going to learn the legalese. We're going to learn it in English. So go back to page 1. But just to give you an idea, everything that we're learning here, we're learning the laws and the statutes. The laws, the statutes, and the administrative code. That's the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. So the second bullet point here, it says the rules and regulations are set up by the commission, known as Title 11, Chapter 5, right just underneath Title 11, Chapter 5, 11:5, like it says here, because that's how you probably see it written. If you ever see it written anywhere, it's going to be written like 11:5. But if you were to read it, it would be Title 11, Chapter 5.
Okay.
Yes. And that's printed in the back of the book on page 486. So I'll give you that cross reference. That's printed on 486 in the back of the book. Okay. You guys have that all written down and highlighted? 11:5 under where it says Title 11, Chapter 5. You may want to highlight or put an underline under the term administrative code,
36.
because 45, Title 11, Chapter 5, that's also known as the administrative code. And what is that? The rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. So who creates the laws?
Politician.
Politicians do. Politicians don't know everything about real estate, so they pass some of those powers along to the Real Estate Commission. They're the experts that work in the business day to day. So they allow them to create their own rules and regulations that build upon the law, the framework that was created by the politicians. And they're just as enforceable as the law. But those rules and regulations that were created by the Real Estate Commission that was given those powers to be able to create, what do we refer to them as? Their rules and regulations. Title 11, Chapter 5, or the Administrative Code. Okay, I just want to give you a breakdown of what it is that we're learning here. 4515 is the law that was created by the politicians. 11.5 is the rules and regs that were created by the Real Estate Commission. We got to follow them both. Okay. Just want to give you a better breakdown understanding. I'm trying to simplify everything, make it simple, stupid, right? We good?
Yes.
Then we're moving on. So turn the page. Now, the Real Estate Commission is a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance. I've already said that numerous times. Now, this slide that you see here shows that there's 8 members on the Real Estate Commission. 5. Now, you could get a question on this on state exam. 5 are licensed real estate brokers who have had their real estate broker's license, not just a real estate license, but they've been licensed as brokers for at least 10 years. 2 people are appointed from the general public. Don't ask me how they go about doing that. I know one of the ladies that's on there is an attorney. I don't know how they select those people, but they're selected anyway. Doesn't matter. 2 people appointed from the general public and 1 appointed by the governor. Every time the governor changes, they usually swap that person out, because every governor wants to have their own person in each department of government that reports directly back to them. You know, just like anytime we change a president, the president changes everybody within their administration, their staff, because everybody else is untrustworthy to them, right? They want everybody loyal and reporting back to them, right? So any of these people, they all serve 3-year terms though, but any of them can be replaced at the governor's leisure at any time. All right. So, Real Estate Commission, how many members?
8.
8. The breakdown, 5 brokers that had their license for at least, the broker's license for at least
10 years.
10 years. 2 people from the general public, 1 appointed by the governor, and they all serve how long?
3 terms.
3-year terms. All right. So that's all that stuff that's there under Real Estate Commission. Either put an asterisk next to it or put a highlighted bracket around the paragraph. But basically that's what it goes up, or just highlight those particular things. Let me see. You could highlight 8 members. Here, I'll do it because I don't have it highlighted in my book. We could highlight 8 members. Actually, I'm going to highlight New Jersey Real Estate Commission. Then on the next line, just the word 8 members. 5 are real estate brokers, licensed as such for at least 10 years. 2 are chosen from the general public. And 1 represents the Department of State, the governor. And all members serve 3-year terms. Okay. Now we're going to get into the license types. You guys are here to get your real estate license, right? Who's here to get their realtor's license?
I am.
No, you're not. There ain't no such thing. There's no such thing as a realtor's license.
Oh, real estate license.
Being a realtor means that you're a member of NAR, the National Association of Realtors, which is just a trade group. The actual real estate, see, the reason why I asked this question is because a lot of people don't know that. The general public always refers to us as realtors, but that's not a license type. The license types are broker, broker salesperson, salesperson, and they used to call them referral agents. We're still going to call them referral agents for simplicity purposes, but the new name, as they'll be referred to on exam, and anybody who had the older version book, you know, you could attest to it, it was always called referral agent. They're now called SLWRERC. Just remember the abbreviation. You don't need to memorize the letters or anything. When you see it, that's a referral agent, okay? What does that stand for? It stands for salesperson licensed with a referral company. Okay. In the past, like if you took this course previously, or if you had a previous version of the book, in the past, you're a referral agent. A referral agent can hang their license at any agency. They changed the law recently that now a referral agent can only be licensed with a real estate referral company. So there's a different real estate agency type for the company. Before it was, there's a real estate agency, that was it. Now we have 2 types of real estate agencies. A real estate agency, which is where they have agents working for them. And then there's a referral company, which only hangs the licenses of referral agents. Okay? So that's the basic breakdown on how that works. Now, referral agents are restricted from working directly with the public. They can only refer business prospects, or we'll refer to them as leads, to their broker. And then their broker will assign those leads, those business prospects, the buyers, sellers, renters, landlords, to either a broker, salesperson, or salesperson who works with them to find them what the property that they want. When they close on the transaction, that referral agent gets paid a commission. But they do not do any work directly with the public. They only find out, look, I got a friend that's looking to buy a house. I got a good agent I could refer you to. Now, if they're licensed, they could earn a commission. Because remember, you got to be licensed to earn a commission. So if you got somebody who they have no interest in working in real estate, but they want to earn money by sending referrals, they could get a referral agent's license. Or SLWRERC, right? Okay, so let's go with the breakdown from the highest type license to the lowest. The broker. The broker is the only person authorized to charge the public a fee for services performed in real estate transactions. Who's the only one that could charge the public a fee? The broker. So every company only has one broker. They also refer to the broker as the broker of record. Reason being is because they're in charge of record keeping. The Real Estate Commission requires brokers to keep all records for all transactions, employment agreements with their agents, commission checks that were drawn out, money that their clients gave them. They got to keep all those original records, not scans or photocopies, the original records for 6 years. All right. We'll get into record keeping a little bit later, but this is why they refer to the broker also as the broker of record, because they're responsible for record keeping. The broker is the only one authorized to charge the public a fee for services performed, and they're the only one who can hire and supervise personnel. But if you do have a broker salesperson's license, you still have a broker type license. A broker salesperson is someone who works under a licensed sponsoring broker, so they're working in the name of another broker. They can manage an office. Say that you have a company, a broker has a company, they got their brokerage, their agency, and they open up a second office in another town. You can't be working and supervising people in 2 places at one time though, right? So a broker does need to have somebody managing those other offices. Who can manage another office for them? It has to be someone that at least has a broker type license. But every company only has one broker. So all those other office managers are going to have what kind of license?
Broker salesperson.
A broker salesperson's license. So if you get a question on exam, who could manage a branch office? Either a broker or broker salesperson. Okay. Somebody with a broker type license, because they finished the same education requirement as the broker did. They took the same exam that the broker did. They're just choosing, instead of opening up their own company, to work under another broker. A broker is one who is managing a company. A broker salesperson is working for somebody else that's managing the company. Okay. So the broker is responsible for providing office space and guidance and direction. Exam question, hint, hint. By the way, this slide, this custom slide I created here for you, it gives a lot better explanation than they're giving here in the book.
Yes.
I'll tell you things to highlight here in the book. This is a good slide to study from. So if you want to snap a picture or something, or you guys can download these slideshows, this is a good slide right here. Okay. Now, so they're responsible for providing office space and guidance and direction. What does that mean? Guidance and direction. Don't say training.
Guide, to lead, to guide, to show.
About what?
Leading, guiding, leading.
Look, I'm not going to leave you hanging. Look, the Real Estate Commission does not care if you could do your job properly. They just care that you don't break the law.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care if you're a crappy agent. They just care that you're an agent that abides by the law. So they want to make sure that your broker gives you the guidance and direction to make sure you're adhering to the law and the commission's own rules, right? So that's what they mean by guidance and direction. It's not training. So what does your broker have to provide for you?
Office space and guidance and direction.
Guidance and direction.
Office space and guidance and direction. Because any broker who is a broker in New Jersey has to have a physical place of business. There's no such thing as virtual brokerages in New Jersey. It's illegal. The broker has to have an office space. Now, they don't have to give you your own office or your own desk. You could be sharing a desk with other agents, okay? But they're giving you an office where you can meet with clients to sign contracts and such, right? So that's office. That's what they mean by office space and guidance and direction. The broker has to have a physical place of business in New Jersey, and we're going to get into the details about that physical place of business. And they need to make sure that their agents are abiding by the laws. Because if they don't, The broker can be held responsible for any laws that their agents break. Wow, isn't that a big responsibility then to be a
Yeah.
broker? I'd say so. So the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction of the laws and rules to their licensees. See, so I fully explained that here. So if you needed a recap, you were to read this slide, you would get all that information that you need to know for exam. Let's see, how many questions can come out of just number one here? Who can open a real estate agency?
For a broker.
Broker.
A broker. Who could charge the public fees for services performed, for real estate services performed?
A broker.
Only a broker. Who can hire and supervise and fire real estate licensees? Only a broker. Who could pay you a commission?
Only a broker.
Only your broker.
Your broker.
But that comes a little bit later on. I don't have that right here on that slide, but do I have it? Charge direct. Oh yeah, they could pay you. What does your broker have to provide to licensees?
Office space.
Space.
And
Guidance.
guidance and direction, office space and guidance and direction. All right. So quite a few questions just out of number one right there, right?
Yes.
Probably get them too. All right. Now, broker salesperson, I told you they completed the same education requirement as the broker did, or broker of record. But they're choosing to work under another broker and in the name of that brokerage firm. So they can manage an office, a branch office, for an example, or if the broker's on vacation, if they can't leave the office unsupervised, they have to have somebody with a broker salesperson's license managing the office in their absence. Okay. A broker salesperson license is required to manage a real estate branch office. Okay, I already had that there. Okay, now the next one, salesperson. Salesperson, that's probably the license that most of you are coming here for today, right? Are any of you coming here for a referral agent's license or just a salesperson?
It's salesperson.
Okay. Now, a salesperson can send referrals as well. But a referral agent can only send referrals. Okay. A referrals, look, let's just say that I'm a salesperson and I'm helping, I listed a homeowner's property for sale to sell their home. You think an important question may be to ask them, you have any idea where you're moving? Because if you know where you're moving, if you're moving in state, maybe I could help you find your next place. Or if it's in an area of the state that I don't cover, maybe you're moving way far south New Jersey, I can refer you to an agent down there who can help you out. And guess what? If I refer them, I also earn a commission on that referral. Don't leave any meat on the bones, guys. There's more pickings for you, right? You can make more money doing nothing other than lifting a phone, calling up another agent, seeing if they want the work, than writing a contract. It's a one-page referral agreement that before you send that person's contact information, you want to ensure that they're going to pay you your commission in the event that they do close a transaction with them. So don't just call them on the phone and say, here's all their info. Say, I got a lead. This is their profile. This is all what they're looking for. Do you want it? This is how much I'm going to charge you. You want it or no? If not, I'm calling another agent. I'll give it to them. Right. And then you send them the contract that'll have, after they sign that contract, then you give them all the client's information. Okay. Now, so you can make money on transactions. A lot of people don't even think about it. They sell the person's house and then they forget about them. I'm like, whoa, where are they moving to? I want to keep in touch. Right? Look, you could be moving to another country. I don't care. I'll find an agent in that other country. Not all countries use real estate agents though. But a lot of countries do have them. And even though they may work a little bit differently, we could reach out to them and refer them to business. I've done it before. I've referred people to Costa Rica. I've referred people to different countries all over the place, you know. And but international real estate, that's kind of a specialty. You got to be aware of that and how that works. One thing that we were made a bit aware of in recent years is there was a lot of changes with, you guys were hearing fair trade or free trade. And there was people talking about, oh, Trump, he's screwing things up, you know, he's changing all these, he's putting all these restrictions in places for doing business. Oh, he's going to ruin the economy and ruin the country and the trade. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you one thing. Free trade means that other countries are free to do business with us. We don't charge them anything.
Mm.
However, if we try to do business with them,
Mhm.
they charge us through the nose.
Mhm.
You know, just look, you try to sell a Harley Davidson in China, it's a 800% markup. So there aren't many Harley Davidsons there. You got to be super rich to get one there, right? Okay, look, I sent referrals to other countries before. There was one country in there's one place in one country in South America that I sent a referral to, and this person was buying all cash, and they were definitely buying. It was a no-brainer. So you know, commissions are negotiable, but I tried to negotiate a little bit higher on it because I knew it was a no-brainer. It was easy money for this agent, right? So I was like, I want a 35% referral fee. And the guy's like, oh, well, you know, 25% is standard down here. Well, first of all, nothing's standard. Everything's negotiable. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. But I was like, well, this is a no-brainer. If you don't want them, I'm going to call your competition down the street and I'll give it to them. This is a no-brainer. They're buying cash. They got the money. They're definitely buying. You want this easy money or not? If so, it's a 35% referral fee. I eventually got it for 35% from them. And good thing that I did, because I was not aware of the international law that they had from their country. Any money that was leaving their country was taxed at a 15% fee.
Wow.
They kept 15% of my commission. So even though I raised it 10% and I got 35,
20%.
the country took out 15%.
It's crazy.
See, that's where you learn the difference between fair trade and free, so-called free trade. Free for thee, but not for me. You know, that don't work. You know, you get pissed when it's coming out of your pocket. Okay. So international real estate, if you're going to be dealing in international real estate, you should be aware of such things. There's actually classes that you could take to learn about different countries and how they work. Okay. Because contract laws and treaties with other countries, that's a specialization all on its own. All right. You want to be international agents. Right? Okay. So referrals. Any licensee can send referrals. Referral agents can only send referrals. Salesperson can work directly with clients, just like a broker salesperson can. They can list properties for sale, work with buyers, renters, etc. Right? Now, here's an important tidbit of information. Salespersons work under and in the name of only one broker. You could only work for one, let me correct that, New Jersey broker at a time. You could have a real estate license in multiple states, and in each state be licensed under a different broker. But in New Jersey, you have to be answerable to one broker. One broker is responsible for all your actions and supervising you. So now you may think, oh, well, duh. Well, look, this becomes an issue sometimes for people who work in property management, because property management companies, they don't deal with sales. They're not members of the MLSs. They're not members of, they don't have access to the tools that most real estate agents that deal in sales do. They do property management, okay? Now, property managers don't deal with that. Now, if you're a property manager and now you get a friend or family member who's looking to sell or buy a house and you want to help them out because you're a licensee and they know that you're a real estate licensee, can you sell real estate? Sure you can. Sure you can. It's just that you've always been specializing in property management. The only problem is your property management brokerage doesn't have membership in any of those services. So you're not going to be able to help that client out without the membership in those services. So now you've come to a little crossroads in your career. Do I stay in property management or do I move to sales? Because I can't work for one broker to do the property management and another one to do the sales. And the broker that works in property management isn't going to get all these tools and become the member in something else because they're never going to use it. You follow the reasoning why? So this is why they're usually the ones that have that issue about working for more than one broker at a time. So you can only work for one New Jersey sponsoring broker at a time. A salesperson can work directly with clients and customers and can send referrals to their brokers or another agency. Referral agents, once again, they can only send referrals. Okay, so we got the breakdown on all those license types, highest to lowest. You need to know them and you need to know what they do or can do. Broker can manage an office. They can hire and supervise personnel. They can pay commissions. They can manage offices. They could open up a business. Broker salesperson can work just like a salesperson, but they have a broker type license, but they're choosing to work under another sponsoring broker. And they have the ability that they could manage an office as well. Salesperson cannot manage an office. They could just work in the name of another broker. So wait, how does a salesperson make money if only a broker can charge the public? Well, the
They
salesperson
have an agreement with the broker?
Yeah. At the time you start working for your broker, you're going to have an employment agreement, or we call it an independent contractors agreement. Okay. Because for all intents and purposes, you're going to be self-employed, even though you need to follow the broker's rules and regulations. Now, the salesperson works in the name of the broker or company that the broker is managing. That's how the salesperson is able to make money. They charge the public in the name of the brokerage under which they're employed. Okay. This is why you can't even get your real estate license until you get sponsored by a broker. You have to work under a broker. All right. Now, Realtor is not a license type, neither is Realtor Associate. It means that you're a member of NAR, the National Association of Realtors. Oh, by the way, you see Realtors, how do you spell it? There's a O in there. It's not an I, it's not an E. I feel so embarrassed for agents when they don't know how to spell Realtor. They're like real, because when you say realtor, ter. That could be IR, ter. It could be ER, ter. It's tor, Realtor, okay? So embarrassing. All right, I'm a realtor, but I don't know how to spell it. All right, so they're members of a private trade organization called NAR, National Association of Realtors. And they have their website. Their website is Realtor.com. That's the public's website. They created a website for their members. It's Realtor.org. It's a good resource for you guys. You write it down probably. Okay. Which by the way, I do have these also available in this Word document. All right. I have all kinds of resources here for you. Look, we have the state realtors, New Jersey realtors. We have NAR, National Association of Realtors, Realtor.org. which basically forwards you to, they have their own top level domain now, .realtor. So it's nar.realtor or realtor.org. It'll take you to the same place. That's the National Association of Realtors website. Okay. So this is actually a real Word document doesn't recognize it, but it is a top level domain. Okay. Just like .org, which that's not recognizing that either. Let's see, probably don't, because I don't have the HTTP in front of it. All right. Now there's a lot of good information here on realtor.org. Let me copy that. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to go to the web browser. And I'll just show you, we have this website, realtor.org. La, da, 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 da. It's a little bit different. See what it did? I put in there realtor.org. See where it took me? nar.realtor, right? So there's a wealth of resources here for real estate agents. And look, they give you updates on legislation too. 2020 NAR DOJ, Department of Justice agreement with MLS rules. Not sure what that's about. That's a good read. I'll come back here and read that later. So you can keep up to date on things. Let's see. Tools they have available. Here's some popular links. Tools, COVID-19, I guess, and showing and listing properties, right? I don't know what kind of forms they got there in that national site. You see this, it says find NRDS ID. When you guys become members of NAR, National Association of Realtors, you're going to be assigned an NRDS number. I like to pronounce it by pronouncing out the letters. I call it NERDS, NRDS, NERDS, all right? That's the NERDS number, all right? Your NERDS number is your National Realtor Database System ID number. They give you your membership ID. So after you become a member of the Association of Realtors, you could get your, they'll send you your Realtor ID card with your NERDS number on it, or you could search their website and you can put in your information and get your Realtor ID. I suggest after you become members of NAR, that you come here to this website, you sign in, and you can go in and adjust your settings in your profile. I suggest you do, because that is your listing. Like you can put your picture, your company contact information, your everything in there. And now when people search realtor.com for homes and such, or searching an area for realtors to maybe help them out, your information is there in the realtor.com. So you can update that information here in realtor.org, and it updates that information on that site. Plus, when you become a member of NAR, they give you these magazines. Let me see, do I have a magazine? Oh, that's my Pool Player magazine. Okay, you have a Realtor magazine. Right? Here's an example of a Realtor magazine, right? This is the one from NAR, National Association of Realtors. You guys are also probably going to get one because you're going to be a member of a local, a state, and national association of realtors. New Jersey Realtors gives you a magazine too. But if you go here into NAR website, realtor.org, and you adjust where you want this delivered, because if you don't change it to your home address, it's going to get delivered to your brokerage and you'll probably never see it. I was in the real estate business for a couple of years and I'm like, how come I'm never getting my magazines? Because I've seen real estate agents with these magazines. And I'm like, where are you getting them from? Well, I get it sent to my house. How come I'm not getting it? One day I went into my broker's office and he's got stacks of these things just piled up, like old versions, newer ones, that he just throws in the dumpster. Because he gets them, and instead of giving them out to his agents, who they're supposed to go to, he was just throwing them in a dumpster. I'm like, dude, what the hell, man? Go here and get it and arrange for it to get sent. You're paying for it. You're getting it anyway. It's part of your membership. So you might as well get it. You know, and it tells you about all kinds of tools. It gives you marketing ideas. There's There's all, look, there's, Realtors Association has, they educate you about all kinds of stuff that they put into place. There's a Realtors Credit Union, there's a Realtors health care plan, for a group rate. It's kind of like our union, I guess you could say, of sorts, kind of, sort of, but not really. They tell you, there are scholarships available for real estate agents and their family members, for college and such. I got one of my secretaries one time from my brokerage. I got her, I told her about it for a local association of realtors in Middlesex County. And she did an essay or something and she won a scholarship. It was just a couple grand, but she got a scholarship, It wasn't like paying her a full tuition for college, but hey, everything helps, right? Even if it's $1,000, right? So, for writing a little essay. Okay. So there's all kinds of useful tools here. Topics, look, there's topics, everything from commercial real estate to residential, COVID guidance when showing homes, social media marketing ideas and such. They give you how to advance your career, real estate, commercial real estate, some legal information. They give you information about residential real estate specialties. There's a lot of topics. If you click in and you look at them all, they've got research and statistic information that you could put as content on your own websites, your own real estate websites. Okay. So they got a lot of that information. You could find the local information. They gather it. It's for you. It's there. You don't got to do the research. They already got it done for us. Hell, your dues are paying for it. Take advantage of it. Right? We have our own PAC. That's a political action committee. Guess what? Everything in real estate is affected by politics. Like it or not. All right. You have to be aware of that because look, I'm not just talking about presidential issues. I'm talking about local politics too. Your local municipality passes laws and ordinances and regulations that affect the sale of real estate, that affect where you could put up a real estate sign, right? Do you need to have a permit to put up a for sale sign on somebody's house? No, you don't. A little hesitancy there. You don't. Okay. But you know what? A couple years ago, in Edison, they passed an ordinance. And apparently no realtor was there at the public hearing. Okay. So your local public hearings, if you guys are there and you're listening to some of these things, you can bring up the issues to your local Realtors Association. They got a team of attorneys in New Jersey for the Realtors Association that will advocate for the laws to work in our favor and for the favor of homeowners and renters and such, and buyers. So the town of Edison actually put up a law. They're trying to get away. The bandit signs. You know what bandit signs are? Those ones where you're on the telephone poles and everywhere, where you buy houses or they're selling some kind of crap. They put up these signs everywhere. It looks like garbage, right?
Yeah.
All right. So in an effort to combat those, because that's a horrible problem in Edison. You see a lot of towns where that's a big issue. So in Edison, that was a big issue. So what they did is they said that any bandit signs, the city will confiscate them. And they will fine the person. It's like $1,500 or something for each bandit sign that's posted. You need a permit to put up a sign. Now, this kind of affected us. Now, they put an exception there for sale signs, but you can only put a for sale sign on somebody's front lawn, right? But what about when we do open houses? Don't we put up directional signs showing people from the main road how to get to, there's an open house going on down here? They're temporary. We go and we collect them at the end of the day, but still we put up these open house signs, right? Often we even put them up the day before so that people could see there's going to be an open house tomorrow. There was no exception carved out for that. So the first weekend that rolled around, all these agents were getting their signs confiscated and they were getting huge fines, each one of them $1,500 fine. that became a huge problem. That's when we reached out to the attorneys. That's when the attorneys tried reaching out to the town. It's a lot harder to change a law after it's been passed than while it's being created. So we didn't have much deal room there, but the attorneys for the Realtors Association managed to work out with the mayor in the town an exception for the open house signs, the temporary open house signs that go up, but that's still kind of restrictive. You can't put it up the day before. You can only put it up no sooner than I think it's 2 hours before the open house begins, and it must be taken down 2 hours after the open house ends. Otherwise, they'll take your sign and you'll get the fine. So when putting down signs, you got to know what your local, what that town's ordinances are, if they have any pertaining to it, right? Maybe a call to City Hall you want to make before you start putting up for sale signs. Or maybe your broker has a database that has the rules in place for all the municipalities already. Either way, you may want to look into that. And check this out. You want to also make a note of the corner of what street did you put up a sign for every sign that you put up, so that you don't forget any. Right? That could be a costly mistake. Right? So does politics play a role? Damn skippy it does. I just gave you an example how it could be expensive too. Right? So we have this political action committee that helps, look, they got state, local, on the national level, federal advocacy for every time, whether it's a president or Congress, or whether it's the state, or whether it's your municipality that's trying to pass red tape laws, regulations, whatever that's going to cost buyers, renters, homeowners, real estate agents money. We need somebody to advocate for us. So we have our political action committee. It's in place for that. You guys can get involved in it too, if you like. So the Realtor Party, there you go. Now we also have education, lots of classes that they have available. They make a lot of money on that. They create classes and they sell us classes all the time. CE, you don't got to go to them. You can come to me for CE. All right. But Code of Ethics training. When you guys become a member of the Realtors Association, within, I think it's 60 days, you must complete a Realtors Code of Ethics training class. You could do it online for free. In person, you may be charged 15, 20 bucks to go to a local class. But online, you could take it for free by taking this code. I'll click on it. You also got other designation courses where you could specialize in things. All right. So you could check your status because you got to do this every 2 years. It used to be quadriennial ethics courses. That means you had to take it every 4 years. Then they changed it to 3, then to 2, then to 1, then they moved it back to 2 again. So that's where we're at. So I could click on here, check my status to see if I need to take that Code of Ethics training class again before the next renewal of it. It's every 3 years now. They extended it from every 2 years to every 3. They're constantly changing this crap. Look, see this. I just learned this in front of you. Okay, so now it's every 3 years. They're all over the place. All right, but you could take this class online. It's basically watching videos or slides with some videos in it, and then you answer a couple questions, and if you get them wrong, then you can answer them again, and then you move on to the next slide. They basically want you to know about the Realtors Code of Ethics, which is printed in the back of this book. But if you want the latest version, you could see it online here. See, it's a live document. This book is printed in 2020. Look, we already have we're in 2021 now. We already have a 2021 Code of Ethics. It's a live document, meaning it's evolving. The Realtors Association has been around since 1913. How long has licensing law been required in New Jersey? When did they create licensing law in New Jersey? Not that you need to know for exam, but we went over it in the book on page 1.
1921?
1921.
1921.
Yeah.
But since 1913, we had a Realtors Association, an organization, because we saw that this was a new industry. And with new industries, you get a lot of rats in it. You got a lot of people in there that take advantage of the general public. And to keep our professional integrity in place and to try to prevent those people giving us a bad name who are trying to do right by others, we created a Realtors Association with a code of ethics that dictated how we should treat each other as industry professionals and how we should treat the public. We've been doing that before there was even a law that required it, right? So that's a little interesting history lesson for you there. So the 2021 Code of Ethics, you guys can come here and you could take the Code of Ethics training online for free. It's going to take about 3 hours. Okay. And then you have the, you could see all the parts of it. You could come here and you could read about it. I have a direct link to the Realtors Code of Ethics training class available in this Word document. Even though it takes you to the website and you could navigate your way to it. You could also search this Word document and just look up COE or Code of Ethics. There we go. 2021 Realtor Code of Ethics. You see, I got the direct link to it. All right. And some other designation courses. What is a designation class? It's a class that they give that then you could put a couple of letters behind your name or a logo behind your name on your business card that you're specializing in something of one of the fields in real estate. Okay. But short sales and foreclosures, CRS, that's certified residential specialist. They got negotiation specialist. They have senior SRES, which is a senior real estate specialist. They got all kinds of designations. And look, in here, look, I got a link to that too, where you can see all their designation classes. All right, that's all in that Word document. Let's go back to the slideshow. All right. So we could get off that Realtors website. I just wanted to prove the point that there's plenty of information there for you that's available. And it's a good resource for you guys. I'm surprised more agents don't actually use it. And we even have njrealtor.com as well. Oh, I don't want to go to the zip form. I just want to go to NJ Realtor. njrealtor.com as well. This is a state association of realtors website. See, there's their logos there. Okay. You guys are going to be members of 3 association of realtors, unless you get involved in commercial real estate. Not all commercial real estate agents need to be members of the association, but if you're involved in residential, you do, because just about every MLS that you could get membership in requires that you're a realtor in good standing. That means that you're a member of the Association of Realtors and you paid your dues and you've completed your Code of Ethics training. So they've got online form system. They've got the education that they sell to. Their political action committees that you guys can get involved in. They have marketing and all kinds of resources available here on this website for you guys too. And you're going to be a member. Take advantage of this crap. Right? They got news for you about more local information. You want to see the local market statistics in housing and real estate? Boom. There you go. You got access to it, guys. I think they even got videos. You can steal some of this content and put it on your website. It's not stealing if you're a member. Members are allowed to use it. Right? And then they've got a calendar for all kinds of training and stuff that they do. You want to learn about some basic property management? You want to learn about becoming a broker, instructor, and office manager? You know, you want to learn, okay, here's some CE. Well, you could take a look and see what other classes they got. Government affairs, research, COVID-19 issues specific for New Jersey, And they got links to COVID stuff too for testing and all that other concerns that people may have. Where you can get that right there, COVID. Education, they got all kinds of classes that are available for you, from negotiations to designations and certifications. Well, anyway, they got a bunch of classes and information. njrealtor.com. There's also your realtor dues will pay for a digital contract form system that you guys have access to. So you can prepare sales contracts, lease contracts, etc. That all the forms are there. You create a login using your realtor ID once you're paid up with your dues. And you get access to a digital contract form system where you could send it out to clients for digital signatures, or you could print out the contracts for them to print, for them to sign, you know. And if you need to make changes to that contract, it keeps a record of it associated with your client. You could just go log in, and instead of having to rewrite the whole contract, you just make your changes, print out another copy of the contract, and have them sign that. It's part of your dues. It's included. I actually created a shortcut to it. Instead of having to come to this website and then navigate to it, I bought a domain name and I created a shortcut to it. njrforms.com. You see this? njrforms.com. That's a shortcut link I created for you guys. It's also in the Word document, but this takes you to the contract form systems directly. Boom. See, look where did it take me? njrealtor.com/zipform. And then you just log in. Okay, so NJR Forms takes you directly here, and you just click on login, and you're into the contract form system. You click on that, you log in. Dooby dooby doo. And it's basically zip forms, you know, but these are contracts that are approved by the Real Estate Commission for us to use. Contract form systems like this, they're usually expensive. It's included in your realtor. You know, use the tools that are available to you, unless your broker has their own custom ones that they use. Items in your renewal, Cinch Home Services. Don't know what the hell that is, but okay. Close all that stuff out. Anyway, you get in there, well, actually, I think I got to pay my realtor dues too. What is this? I got that. Anyway, you're already like, okay, whatever. I don't got to show you the contract form systems and everything, but you could get to their contract form systems, and their digital systems is there where you could create these contracts for people. We'll maybe show it at another time. Yeah, expired dues. Okay, I got to pay my dues. But either way, wait, no, that's not dues. Anyway, we'll get to that at another time when we actually fill it out. So now here's the contract form system, you know, where you could create contracts for people, you know, that's what that's all about. We don't need to be all seeing that business. All right. Next slide. Actually, very bottom of this slide. Realtors follow a strict code of ethics called the Realtor Code of Ethics. Does the realtor's rules or ethics that we have to follow have anything to do with state licensing?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
It's a private trade organization, has nothing to do with state licensing. However, the realtor's rules, Realtor Association rules, often run parallel with state law. Okay, but the Realtors Organization cannot affect, if we violate the rules of the Realtors Association, unless they're violating state law too, they have nothing to do with our license. It's a private trade organization.
Mhm.
Okay, important to know for exams. Now, let me point one other thing out. Realtors and Realtor Associates are members of NAR. technically speaking, only the broker of record, only a broker can be a realtor. Everyone else is a realtor associate, if we want to get into technicalities. Well, look, you could be having conversations with people say, yes, I'm a realtor. Yeah, nobody's gonna, nitpick hairs here. So let's see, nobody's gonna split hairs. That's the saying I was looking for. All right, now the next one, the next slide here. How much does it cost to initially get your license?
160.
Mhm. This is not in the book. This is spread out throughout the book. This is a slide that's good to study from because I have everything condensed in one slide here for you. Salespersons and referral agents, it's $160, $100, $50 for the background check or application fee, and $10 for the guarantee fund. Brokers, everything is doubles, $200 for the license and $20 for the guarantee fund, $270. Everybody's license renews at the same time. Don't matter when you got it. June 30th of odd years. Wait, we just started 2021. That's an odd year, isn't it? Isn't that an odd numbered year?
Mhm.
Everybody's license is going to get renewed this year. When?
June
June
30th.
30th.
By June 30th. Now, if you don't renew it by June 30th, the odd year, your license will become inactive the next day. Your license is still good on June 30th. The next day, you lose it. Well, you don't lose it. It becomes inactive. Your license can remain inactive up to one licensing term, and you could still reactivate it. How long is a licensing term?
2 years.
2 years. 2 years. All right. So you can still reactivate your license, but you know, when dealing with the state, money's always involved, right? So to reactivate your license, you still got to pay your license renewal fee plus $50 reactivation fee. Okay. All right. The typical cost to renew the license is $100, for brokers, $200. Now, before I move on to the next slide, let's get caught up on our highlights in the book, shall we? So under the classes of licenses, I want you to highlight the a broker is authorized to operate a real estate business, to hire salespersons, and to charge the public for services. Every real estate company must have one, and underline the word one. How many brokers could each company have? One. Because that person is in charge of the entire company, everybody who works for them. All right. Then highlight everything under number 2. Highlight the entire number 2 there for salesperson. And after you do so, to the left of number 2 there, I want you to write that the broker also has to provide office space. So where it says on that third line under number 2, they're required to furnish guidance and direction. To the left of that, I want you to put a little arrow pointing to the left of that in the margin and write office space. In addition to providing guidance and direction, they need to provide office space. Virtual offices are not allowed in New Jersey. They got to have a physical place of business. New York allows them, New Jersey don't. And then highlight broker salesperson has fulfilled all the requirements of a broker. Actually, you know what? Highlight the whole thing. Yet they choose to work in a sales capacity for and in the name of another broker. Highlight the whole thing. And then in the next one, number 4, just highlight SLWRERC and right above it, referral agent. That's a referral agent. Okay. Now in the next paragraph, it says all initial, renewed, and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term that expires on June 30th of odd-numbered years. The trademark terms Realtor, so we're going to highlight Realtor and Realtor Associates, are used by members of the National Association of Realtors, a private trade association that has no connection with state licensing. And then we're going to underline no connection with state licensing. Okay. And now we could change our slide. Boom. Now, I know this is not running in line with the stuff that the book has, because the book has CE that they talk about later. They're all over the place with this. This slide, I put it neatly in one place. In the book, it's spread out. It's peppered throughout the book. This is a nice slide to study from. So you either study this from the slideshow or snap a picture of it and add it to your notes. This is a good slide. So CE is an abbreviation for continuing education. Before you could renew your license, when do you renew your license by?
June 30th.
June 30th of odd years.
Odd years.
Need to know that. You must complete 12 hours or credits. Each credit is an hour of class. So you must complete 12 credits of CE to renew your licenses. Now, you guys don't have to worry about this because you're getting licensed in the second term of the licensing term, the second year of the licensing term. So this class will give you credit for the CE requirement. You guys do not need to take CE because you're getting licensed in the odd year here. Okay, so it's the second year of the licensing term. You guys don't need to worry about taking CE to renew your licenses if you get licensed before June 30th. All right. Now, the CE classes must be approved. Anytime you take CE classes, they have to be approved. They'll have a license number next to them, and they're registered with the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. So you can't just take any class and it'd be considered towards your requirement for renewing your license in New Jersey. CE must be completed 2 months before the license renewal. So that means by April 30th of the renewal year. So when do you got to renew your license by?
June 30th. Odd year.
And when do you need to complete your CE by?
April 30th.
2 months before. So April 30th of the renewal year. So what happens if you don't?
It expires the next day.
Your
You have
license
to
or
pay a $200 processing fee to the state. And you still need to complete the CE. Otherwise, you can't renew your license. All right. So basically they put this, they say specifically, they'll say it is not a fine. It's a processing fee. Tell me they didn't slap a little lipstick on that pig to pretty it up a little bit, huh? It's a fine. All right. Now, CE classes can be taken in person or they can be taken online. And that's not just temporary because of this COVID thing, right? So CE classes can be taken online as well. We got something where you could take all 12 CE credits for under $50. So you could do it online. So, all right. CE is required to change the license type. So basically, if you guys get licensed as a referral agent and you want to, depending on how long you've been licensed as a referral agent, you could switch your license back and forth from a referral agent to a salesperson and back to a referral agent, back to a salesperson, all you want. But depending on how long you were hanging your license as a referral agent, or if you never activated it as a salesperson, you just got your license initially as a referral agent. Before you could convert it over to a salesperson, you would have to take CE classes, but more CE classes than are normally required to renew. How much more? Well, see, I put these links here in these slideshows. They're also in that Word document with the links, the class links. But here, let me click on it. It's going to open my web browser, and then I'll transfer us to the web browser here. Oh, it's a Word doc, PDF document. Okay, there we go. So if you are initially licensed, see, here's all the rules. So if you get licensed as a all right, if you get initially licensed as a referral agent, let's see, who was not previously licensed as a broker, salesperson, or salesperson. So if you initially just get licensed as a referral agent and you were licensed as a referral agent for less than 1 year, you're still eligible just to transfer your license type to change it into a salesperson. You just got to pay the $50 changeover fee. If you're licensed for over a year to 6 years, and were never previously licensed as another license type, you were just as a referral agent, you have to complete 24 hours of CE. And all of it has to be in core topics or ethics only within 2 years immediately preceding application. If you were licensed for more than 6 years, you need to take salesperson shall complete the pre-licensure education requirement applicable to New Jersey and pass a state exam. No CE required. So if basically you got to retake the whole course again. That's messed up. But that's if you were never, ever licensed as a salesperson. You just initially leave school and you get licensed as a referral agent. All right, now, if you were ever licensed as a salesperson, broker, salesperson, or broker, and then you change your license type to a referral agent, these are the requirements, okay? Now, you don't need to study this. You don't need to know this. You just need to know this if this is your situation. So I'm not going to spend all the time on it, but it just gives you the gist that you need to have more CE credits, more CE classes than normally required, and they need to be in all core topics if you want to convert the license type, all right? That's basically why I'm showing you that document, and that document is here in the slideshow. Okay, I just have a link to it directly from the Real Estate Commission's website. You see this state NJUS.DOBI. That's, what does that stand for? DOBI. Department of Banking and Insurance. Because remember, the Real Estate Commission is a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance. All right, so dealing with you guys, when you get your licenses and you come up for renewal, how much CE do you need to take? Now, you guys, for this first licensing term, you don't got to worry about it, okay? Because you're getting licensed during the second half of the licensing term. So this class will count towards your CE. But for anybody else who's taken the class at a different time, you know, the first year of the licensing term, or the next time you guys go up for renewal. You must take 12 credits or 12 hours of continuing education classes that must be completed 2 months by April 30th before the licensing renewal. Now, there's a breakdown. Of those 12 credits, 6 of them have to be in core topics, with at least 2 of those core topics being in ethics category. The remaining 4 in other core topics. And then the remaining 6 can be in any class, any approved class, core, ethics, or electives. Okay, so how many classes you need to take? How many hours of CE do you need to take to renew your license?
12.
12. And what's the breakdown? 2
Two-
hours in ethics,
4 in core.
the
And
remaining
then 6
6
in any of them.
any topic. Okay, you need to know that. You know why you need to know that? Because I've had people who, there's classes out there you could take which give you 15 hours of CE credit, but it's all in electives.
Wow.
So somebody thinks that they met the requirement to renew their license. Surprise! You only met the 6-hour credit requirement here for the electives part. You still need to take 2 hours of ethics and 4 of core topics. So you need 6 more hours. This is why it's important to understand that not all CE is created equal. Okay. Otherwise, you know, you come up on that time to renew your license. You're like, I got all my CE. Not in all the right topics. And if you miss the deadline, what happens? $200 processing fee. Oh,
Fine.
man, that would suck, right? So I just want to make sure you're fully educated on that. All right. Now, who's exempt? This is actually a state exam question sometimes. Who's exempt from CE license renewal requirements? CE requirement for
Early
license
June.
renewal. You guys are, because you're taking it during the second term of the renewal period, right? So, or second term of the licensing period, you're getting licensed. So this class is going to count towards your CE credits. Referral agents are exempt from CE in order to renew their licenses. And so are those who have been licensed as brokers for at least 40 years. That means they had not their salesperson's license, but a broker's license for at least 40 years. Okay, so who's exempt from CE? Those who just get licensed during the second term, referral agents, and brokers who have been licensed as such for 40 years. I think that's the one that they ask on, like, well, actually it could be the bottom two that they'll ask you for on exam, possibly. Good. Now this information spread throughout the book. It's all over the place. I just put it in one, I buttoned it up for you guys in one neat little slide. Okay. You want to snap a picture? Do so, because I'm about to change slides. No? Okay.
I did already, thanks.
All right. Activities required to have a broker's license. So now we're back to the book under activities covered. Now, basically, these are the activities that are required for both either a broker's license or a salesperson's license. Just keep in mind that you're for any activities that you do as a salesperson, you're doing it in the name of the broker under which you're employed. You got to have a license in order to list real estate for sale for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. Sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate. But check this part out. In New Jersey does not have an auctioneer's license. A lot of states do. A lot of other states require auction licenses, auctioneer's licenses to perform auctions. New Jersey does not. But if somebody's performing an auction in New Jersey and they're selling real estate, guess what license they need to have?
Real estate.
You got to have a real estate license. You got to have a broker or a salesperson that's licensed under a broker there at that sale, helping out. Otherwise, you're breaking the law. You're dealing in real estate without a license. In order to collect rents for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, you have to have a license. Can you have your own rental property and have tenants and collect rents from them and not have a license?
Yeah.
Sure. This is only pertaining to someone else. Okay, solicit prospective purchasers or sellers. You got to have a license to do that. This is important because if you're going to be employing your kids or some other cheap labor or free labor, child labor, right? There's certain things that they can and can't do. You got to be aware of that. Yeah, we're going to get into a whole section just on what a licensee can and can't do and what an unlicensed assistant can and can't do. Okay, well, what they're required to. All right. Negotiate a real estate loan, a commercial loan. You got to have a broker's license for that one. Selling lots or other parcels for a developer. You should be so lucky. New construction. Sell business opportunities that involve real estate. You need to have a real estate license to sell a business.
No.
No,
No.
No.
not unless real estate's involved.
Right.
Not all businesses have real estate involved in them.
That's right.
Or attempt to do any of the above. All right, moving along. Activities required for a salesperson license is basically all the same stuff. Is yes, you're doing it in the name of the broker under which you're employed. So I'm going to kind of skip over that a little bit.
I got it.
And we're going to go straight to selling mobile homes. Okay. Now, on page 3, at the end of that bulleted list there, above exemptions, we're gonna highlight licensees are permitted to handle the resale of mobile homes, but they must follow motor vehicle regulations as well as those set forth by the Real Estate Commission. And then I want you to underline the word resale. We're not permitted to sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed as motor vehicle dealers. However, we can broker the resale of mobile homes. Now, I want you to go 5 bullet points above that and highlight in between there. There's a sentence in between the break. A salesperson's license allows the holder to operate under the supervision of a licensed broker. Okay. Now, exemptions. Well, actually, before we do that, just look at the slideshow here about these mobile homes. Licensed brokers, a licensee can broker the resale of mobile homes, but they have to follow DMV regulations. They cannot sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed as motor vehicle dealers. Mobile homes are considered to be personal property. There's 2 kinds of property in this world, personal or real. When I say real, I mean real estate. We're talking about real estate, okay? We abbreviate it by calling it real property, okay? Got that? So unless the axles are permanently removed from the mobile home and it's mounted to a foundation, it's not considered real estate. All right. But if you remove it from its axles and permanently mount it to a foundation, it is real estate. Okay. And then it'd have to be transferring ownership by deed rather than bill of sale. Okay, because real personal property is transferred by bill of sale. Real estate is transferred by a deed. Okay. So you all know how to sell a mobile home now?
Mm-hmm.
You ever sell a car?
Mm-hmm.
What you have to do when you sold a car?
Sign over the bill of sale.
So yeah, you got your you got your bill of sale, you got your, what do you call it? The pink slip or whatever they call it, you know, you turn that thing over, oh, the title, DMV
title.
calls it the title, right?
Mhm.
So you turn over the piece of paper, you make sure that the mileage is written in, you know, the buyer's information's there, the seller's information, and how much is the sale price so that they can make sure the appropriate taxes are charged, right?
Mhm.
And you've earned your commission. That's it. Easy deasy, nice and easy, selling a mobile home. That's all. Now, here's some of the exemptions required for a real estate license that we're going to get into right after lunch. So hold on a second. Let me pause the recording of this meeting. All right. So just to recap real quick, because I didn't hit the record button. Those who are not required, those who are exempt from having a real estate license are for sale by owners for dealing with the properties that they own. They can collect rents or sell their own properties without having a real estate license. You only need a real estate license when you're helping others sell real estate or manage their real estate or collect rents for others in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. Anybody operating under the order of a court or attorneys who are operating in their normal practice of law are not required to have a real estate license. However, if they wish to engage in the brokerage business, they need to get a real estate license if they want to be soliciting clients to work with in the real estate business. Even an attorney would have to get a real estate license like you and I. Okay. And that's what that slideshow depicts up here. Anybody operating under the order of a court or a legal guardian, they are not required to have real estate licenses. Okay, so we're going to highlight that in the book. Once again, under exemptions, highlight the title. In the first bullet point, just highlight FSBO, FSBO. Second bullet point, we're just going to highlight legal guardians and others handling real estate under the order of a court. And then after the bullet points, we'll highlight the attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law. But an attorney who intends to engage in the general brokerage business needs to get a real estate license like us. Moving along. All right, payments for services. In order to collect a commission, you've got to have a license. So it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. They must be licensed at the time the service is performed. In other words, none of you are working with clients right now, right? And finder's fees, that's like kickbacks, are monies or gifts to unlicensed persons who refer buyers or sellers is forbidden. In other words, you cannot offer your buddy who knows somebody who's looking to sell a house or buy a house, you can't throw them a little something, something on the side for them giving you a lead. If you get caught, you know, first of all, who can you pay? Nobody. Who can you be paid by? Only your broker. You can only receive compensation from your broker. And who can your broker pay? Your broker can only pay their agents or another broker if they pay out a referral, or something we didn't get into yet is they could give a rebate to a buyer of a primary residence, which we'll get into rebates later. Well, what's a kickback? They're unearned fees or compensation to someone who's not licensed. Okay. So brokers can only share commission with their licensees, another broker, or a buyer's rebates. And we're only allowed to give rebates to a purchaser of a primary residence. We're not allowed to give them to people who are buying second homes, vacation properties, or investment commercial properties. We're only allowed to give rebates to buyers of a primary residence. All right. So where it says payments for services, at the end of the first line, we're going to highlight it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. And then put a highlighted box around the rest of that and the next paragraph above unlicensed assistants.
I'm sorry, you said, and do what after that? Put a highlighted box to where?
Sure. So under payments for services, you're going to highlight it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license,
Right,
then highlight the remainder of that and the next paragraph. Everything above unlicensed assistance is going to be highlighted.
okay.
Okay. And that's everything that's here on this slideshow, on this slide right now. It's basically explaining who can a broker pay. Who can a broker pay, by the way?
Oh, he could pay his licensed agent, he could pay, he could do a rebate for a primary owner. And,
Another broker. as,
And another broker when they
Mhm.
pay out a referral fee, because the broker cannot pay the agent who sent the referral. They could pay their broker because each agent needs to be paid by their own broker.
Okay.
You see how that you got to follow the money, right? Who can you as a salesperson get paid by? Only your broker. So if you send out a referral buyer somewhere else and that brokerage closes on the deal, they don't pay you directly. They pay your broker, and then your broker pays you. Because you're going to get paid according to a commission split that you have as an agreement in your independent contractor agreement that you signed with your broker at the time you started working for them. We'll get into that stuff later. We didn't get into the commission splits and employment agreements and such yet. All right. Prohibited activities. All right. So under where it says unlicensed assistance, this is where we're going to start getting into what you can and cannot do without a license. So turn the page. Page 4. Okay. So on page 4, above the bulleted list, the book didn't do a good job formatting. So we're going to format for them. We're either going to do it with our pen or a highlighter. This should be a title that's shaded in, or you could underline it or put a box around the title that says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. And then after about 6 bullet points, there's another title. And we're going to do the same thing there. We're either going to highlight it, underline it, or put a box around the title that says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may. So now we have 2 separate lists here that we could now see. It's not one big run-on highlighted list. So let's go over the first one that says what an unlicensed assistant may not do. They cannot show property. Okay, you can't send somebody out there to show property because you don't feel like doing it. You can't send your kid to go do showings or someone else in your place. You are responsible. You want to lose your license quickly? Give your lockbox key to get into people's houses to someone who doesn't have a license. Quick way to lose your license. Okay, you're responsible as an agent. You're licensed to get access to lockboxes. Now, what am I talking about? Well, I happen to have a handy dandy lockbox right here. Okay, see this? This is what we call a Supra lockbox. It comes from GE Security, a Supra lockbox. That's the name of the company. See, it says Supra on it. I don't know if you guys can see that. See Supra? And this is part of GE Security. And if you look at the bottom, there's a metal box in there. This is covered. This box is covered by a rubber coating, so it doesn't mar the door, mess up the doors or anything, right? And it's got this shackle here that comes off, and you can put it around the door handle. All right, now once you press the bottom, you see that light that just blinked? I just activated the battery that's inside of this thing. So that'll blink for a little while. If I don't do anything, it's going to shut off so the battery doesn't drain itself. When you guys become members of an MLS, Realtors Association, and then an MLS, let me pull up my real estate apps here. You see, I have one here called Supra eKey. There's an app for that, right? Let me see what I got it here. See that Supra eKey? This one right here. I'm going to press on it, Supra eKey. Boop. And it's going to open up this application. Please contact your real estate. Oh my gosh. Apparently dues are due on January 1st and I haven't paid them yet. Eesh, I gotta go pay my dues. Let me see if it'll work. I don't think it will. I think I'm gonna be locked out of here right now. Anyway, yep, it's got my thing locked out. I gotta call them up after class. So, or go online. So anyway, through the application, I would hit release the shackle. I put in a shackle code, and I could take this off, and I could put the lockbox on a railing or a door handle. And then there's one that says release key, and I put in my code, and it will release the lockbox. It'll open up, and there's a metal box here that holds the key. All right, I'm gonna renew this, and once I get it renewed and updated, I'll show you tomorrow. Hopefully they'll reactivate it that quick. Let me just make a note to pay my dues. All right. It's not enough time in the day. All right. So you can't give somebody else your access to your lockbox. Well, nowadays, it used to be a separate electronic key to open up these lockboxes. Now it's an app on your cell phone. So you're not likely to share your cell phone with somebody else, right? So it's less likely of that happening, but just in case, you can't do that, okay? You're the person that needs to be showing that property. A person without a license cannot answer any questions about listed property. You guys ever call up a real estate office and try to see if a property was available and you wanted to get information about it? And the person that was calling wouldn't give any information. They're just trying to get your name, your number. Are you pre-approved for a mortgage? They're asking you all these questions. Actually, not pre-approved. They shouldn't be asking that. But what's your name? What's your number in case we get disconnected? What's your name of your firstborn and all that? But they won't tell you if the property's available, how many bedrooms or how many baths it has, because it's against the law for them to do so if they do not have a license. And a lot of times when you call a real estate office, you have an unlicensed secretary answering the phone. They're going to give you the runaround because it's against the law for them to answer any questions. They can't even tell you if the property's available still, unless they have a real estate license. All right. So that's why a lot of times brokers try to get the real estate agents to do floor time. It's basically floor time is basically you're acting as an unpaid secretary to answer the calls. But brokers try to butter it up a little bit and call it opportunity time. That's your opportunity that if someone calls in, they may want to sell their house or be looking for a home, and then that's your lead that you get. Okay. So I guess it could be look at it that way too, right? Now, an unlicensed person cannot make cold calls. Hell, I'm licensed. I don't like making cold calls. You know what a cold call is? You're calling a number at random and hoping that person wants to do business with you, hoping that they're looking to buy or sell real estate. You'd be making a lot of calls, right? What are the odds of you bumping into somebody like that?
Yeah.
That's why they call it cold calling. It's very cold, right? You better get used to getting turned down. You know, if you're not used to rejection, I'll tell you what, this'll learn you. All right. See, I prefer to do warm lead calls. You know, it's people who showed an interest. Maybe they went to our website and they did an inquiry about a property or something, or they wanted to get more information about buying or selling real estate. Well, that shows that the person has some sort of an interest at least. So if you follow up with them, that's a warm lead. We call it a warm lead because they showed some kind of an interest at least. If it's a cold call, they didn't even show any interest in real estate. You're just hoping that they do business with it. And if you're ever doing that, by the way, remember, you got to follow the Federal Trade Commission's law, and you got to obey the do not call list. If somebody's on a do not call list, you can't be calling them to solicit business, right? Now, if somebody calls you and now you're following up with them, or if they reach out to you through the website and you're following up with them, I think you got a year that you could contact them. I think it's a year that you could contact them doing follow-ups. Okay. Now, Discuss or explain contracts with documents with anyone outside the brokerage firm. Not allowed to do that if you don't have a license. Make telephone calls for rent collection if you don't have a license. You're not allowed to do it. They're also not allowed, an unlicensed person may not host an open house or promotional booths, distribute promotional materials, or attend a home inspection, unless the licensee is there, right? See, it says unless accompanied by a licensee. They cannot host open houses, promotional booths. So you could have an unlicensed person there helping you out, assisting you, okay? You know what? It's not a bad thing too for maybe at open houses, all right? Sometimes you get people, they may feel a little nervous about doing this, especially your first time or so. You may want somebody to be there with you at your open house. You know, especially when we start getting into realtor safety issues. Sometimes people are like, oh, I don't know if I want, can you have somebody there that's with you? Sure. Just can't have somebody else do it for you, okay? Moving along. Allowable activities. So this is the second list. What an unlicensed salesperson or assistant, I'm sorry, what an unlicensed assistant or secretary is allowed to do. They're allowed to answer and forward calls. Hello, it's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. Thank you for calling. Can I get your name and number in case we get disconnected? And I will have a real estate agent call you back, or I will forward you to them. You know, that's all they could do. They cannot give you any information. How much is the property? Is it available? They can't give any information about the property other than that. Okay. They could process or submit listings and changes to the MLS. Anybody know what an MLS is? That's the multiple listing service. An MLS is a multiple listing service. Licensing law, real estate licensing law, requires that real estate agents, if we get a listing, what is a listing? It's if a property owner hires us to market their property to find a buyer or a renter for them. That's a listing. Well, how do we market it? Well, step one is we share that listing with other licensees. Because look, how many buyers or renters can I as an individual agent be working with versus the thousands, some 80,000 other agents that are licensed in New Jersey, right? Them all having clients. If I share that listing with everybody, does my likelihood of selling that property increase?
Yes.
Absolutely it does. So licensing law requires that we share our listings with other licensees unless the owner of the property prohibits us from doing so. So, but when we get a listing, there's a lot of paperwork we got to gather in these listing forms about the property. So when we get that information, we have to put it into the computer system, which is a database that we're sharing our listing inventory with other licensees. All right. Now we can have our unlicensed secretaries doing data entry for us. That's all that they're talking about here. The processing and submitting the listings. They're doing data entry. That's it. They're not coming up with the wording or the facts that need to be entered. We're giving that all to them already. Let me give you an example of what it is that we're giving to them. Hold on one sec. Let me go to the web browser. I'm going to pull up listing input sheets here. To get to the exact link, I'm just going to look it up here in the Word document. So listing input. We have listing input sheets. No. How about this? I know it's part of the GSMLS. So GSMLS. Let's just look at that. Attorney General's memorandum. All right, you know what? I'll just go directly to the website with you guys and we'll look for it together. So if we go to gsmls.com, that's the Garden State MLS. There's several MLSs in New Jersey. There's 8, I believe. So I'm going to go to members only. However, I'm not going to have to log in right now, which is a good thing because I need to renew my stuff. All those dues come due on January 1st, and I forgot all about it. Been busy. All right. I go to the forms website down here. See, most of the MLSs, they don't have this publicly available. Garden State, they didn't put it behind a login, so we can get to this. I'm just going to show you what the listing input sheets look like. So MLS forms and listing input sheets, I'm going to. And you see they have listing input sheets for single family, multifamily, vacant land, commercial, investment properties, businesses, rentals. They have a lot of information here. A listing change form. So anytime that we make changes to our listings, we have to update it using a change form that's signed by the owner. We can't make changes to listings. We can't input anything to the MLS unless it's signed off by the owner of the property. So instead of me, should I click on this and open it, or should I? Let's take a look. Yeah, I'll just do that this way. All right, so this is the listing input sheet. The fields in red are the mandatory required fields. Okay, the system will assign a MLS number. And basically we put in all these fields. This is all the information that we need to gather about a property. A lot of information that we gather about a listing in order to enter it in the MLS. Here's where we write in some information, client remarks that are available to the public, and then agent remarks, which are hidden from the public that only the agents can see. And we have information about all the bedrooms and all the other rooms, what floor they're on, you know, size of the rooms, all that. But these are all optional fields. But we still want to gather a lot of this information and put it in our listings, right? As you can see, it's a lot of information, right? This is all information that we collect when we're going to that house and doing a walkthrough of that house, and then we have to get the owners to sign this. So we're not just doing a listing presentation for the owner. We're also filling out all this paperwork about the information about the property itself, and then we're going to get them to sign off on it, and then we submit it to the MLS along with us inputting this information into the MLS. All right. So it's a lot of information that we need to gather on the property, about the property's architectural style, when the buyer can take possession of the premises. Is it a 55+ community or not? You know, what type of heating system do they have? What type of cooling system? What type of fuel does it use? You know, we go over so many different factors here, not just how many bedrooms and baths, okay? Is there a garage? Is it attached or detached? Is it multi-car? Is it side-by-side or tandem? Is there a driveway? Is there other parking? What type of roof is there? You know, there's a million questions here, you know, that we need to gather the information for. And that's all a part of that stuff. After we gather it, needs to be entered now into the MLS. We could have an unlicensed assistant do that for us, okay? You know what? I'm just going to take this link real quick since I got it up here. Take this link to this forms page, and I am going to put it right here in our PowerPoint slideshow. Oops, sorry. I just lost you there. There you go. I'm just going to put this in here. Put that right in there. A little link. All right. An unlicensed person is allowed to place a real estate sign on a property, pick up keys, and deliver documents. Okay. By the way, these are things that could be exam questions. Like, but a lot of times, like placing signs on properties and picking up keys and making copies of keys for company listings and such. But for some reason, I noticed that people often get this wrong. You don't need a real estate license to put a real estate sign on a property. Now, I don't know, maybe you're just giving a lot of respect to real estate agents, thinking you have this picture in your head where, you know, they pull up in their suit and their Mercedes Benz and they're pulling the sign out of their property and they have to be official to put that sign on a property. I don't know. All right. Well, here, let me take that vision out of your head for a moment and just implant a different vision. What about commercial real estate? Commercial real estate, you ever see the signs? They're like billboards. Often you get like these 2 or 3 man teams on the back of a pickup truck that are building the sign on site. They're digging a hole in the ground. They're putting the posts in. They're building the for sale sign. Those guys got a license? No. So have the image of that construction crew building a sign when you think of, do you have to have a real estate license to put a sign on a property? Don't just think about residential, because your license is not just for residential. You're licensed to do anything. Once you get a real estate license, that license is good throughout the state of New Jersey, and it's good for residential, commercial, new homes, used homes, fix and flip. I mean, property management, commercial. It's good for everything that has to do with real estate. It's a real estate license, not resident. We don't have separate residential and commercial real estate licenses. Okay. Okay. Yes, Victor, we're here with you. Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right. So you don't need to have a real estate license to schedule appointments for showing properties. I'm sorry, that's not right. To schedule appointments for showing properties. Came out of my mouth wrong. Okay. You need a real estate license to show properties. You don't need a real estate license to schedule appointments for showings. I could have my unlicensed assistant scheduling appointments for me to do my showings. That's what that means. Setting up files, tracking and securing documents. Okay. Well, who's responsible for record keeping?
The broker.
The broker. That's why they call him the broker of record. But me as a real estate agent, this is my transaction that I'm working on. Can I keep copies of these records? Sure. As a matter of fact, I'm often just having the original file, but I don't keep it with me. Put it in the office cabinet. Pull it out and take it to my desk when I need to do work. Put it back in the office. You can't remove those files from the office. They belong to the broker. Because even though you got the lead, you got the client. Whose client are they really?
The brokers.
They're the brokers. Because you work for the broker. You're a representative of the broker under which you're employed. Think of yourself, don't think of yourself as a separate entity from your broker, even though technically you're self-employed, right? Look, you can't even get your license unless you affiliate with a broker, right? Here, I'm going to give you a little picture in your mind on how you should think of yourself, because it's not all about you. Think about, you're an extension of the broker. You're like the broker's big toe, okay? And the broker's got a lot of toes in the office, right? They need all them toes to help them function, right? But you can't function without the rest of the broker either, right? So you are like the big toe of the broker. All right. So you're helpful. However, one cannot work without the other there. And any clients that you have are actually the broker's clients. Because who's charging the fee to the public? Who's the only ones authorized to charge a fee to the public?
The broker.
The broker. And how do we do it? We do it in the name of the broker that we're under. Okay. So allowable activities for unlicensees continued, unlicensed assistants continued here. So certain activities under the direction of a licensee are permitted. Keeping records of deposit and earnest money, down payments, security deposits, and rent. Following up on loan applications. Yes, did you get the mortgage pre-qualification or pre-approval yet for Mr. and Mrs. Jones? Computing commission checks. I'm a broker. You have a secretary working for you, calculating commission checks for the transactions. They bring you the paperwork for you to sign off on after you verify everything. But you got people helping you doing some of the administrative work. Or you as a salesperson can have an assistant that's helping you. All right. but you're the one that has to do the actual contacts and verification of everything. All right. So, before we get into this, let me stop for a second. So with those two bulleted lists that we just went down on page 4, on the 4th bulleted point, it said you can't discuss or explain contracts with anyone outside the brokerage firm. I want you to put a little asterisk next to that one. The 4th bullet point down. And in the 2nd list, on the 3rd bullet point, I want you to put an asterisk next to that one that says, place signs on property, pick up keys, and deliver documents. And this is more pertaining to delivering the documents. So in the first bullet point that you put an asterisk next to, I want you to underline, explain the contract. And in that 2nd bullet point that you put an asterisk to, I want you to underline, deliver documents. Now, let me explain why I'm having you do this. You could get a question on exams, on state exam, that's along these lines. Now, they've got a database of thousands of questions, so I don't know if you're going to get this one. I'm just giving you an idea of how they ask questions, okay? Here's a question that a student told me in the past they got. State exam is more scenario based. So you get a scenario like this. On their way to present an offer, a salesperson or a licensee and their unlicensed assistants get into a horrific car accident and the licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? And then it's multiple choice, so they give you options. Deliver the contract, bring it back to the broker, and then they give 2 other options, which I don't know what they are. But out of those 2 options that I gave you, which one should the unlicensed person do?
Bring it back to the
They should
broker.
deliver the documents.
Okay,
I mean-
they're allowed to, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But what were they on their way to do? What was the question I said? Let me repeat the question. On their way to present an offer, a licensee and their unlicensed assistants get into a horrific car accident. The licensees rush to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? Deliver the contract or bring it back to the broker?
Oh, bring it back
Take it
to
back
the
to the
broker.
broker
Back to the broker.
Why?
because it's not a
That's
licensee.
a contract. It has to be signed. That's binding. That's a binding contract. It's not, they're not going to place a sign. I thought you meant place and sign.
No,
They're not allowed to do transactions with
well,
anyone.
well, the key here is they were on their way to present an offer. And there's a lot to presenting an offer. It's not a matter of throwing a piece of paper in someone's face and saying, later, I can't talk to you about it. You know, they got to explain to you the contract and what's going on. You know, look, when we get a contract, there's a lot of things in that contract. And in that contract, it could be explaining to you, you know, it's not just the price. Here's the price. Here's the type of mortgage loan or financing that the person's using. Here's the amount of down payment. Here's when they're going to have the mortgage commitment letter by. Here's when they're going to have the anticipated closing date. You know, there's a lot to discuss. Are there any contingencies in that contract? Does the buyer have anything they need to sell first? Or do they have a lease that needs to expire before they can move into the new place? Or is their landlord going to let them out? I mean, are there any contingencies? Is there family members that are helping them with the money to buy the house and you need to get their approval for the house as well? What contingencies are there? Are there any? Okay, these are all things that we put into presenting of an offer. Now, one of the things when we present an offer is the main thing that we know of is what? What's the main thing when presenting an offer? What's the main thing that we all know of that we have to try to sell?
If they want to buy the property.
The offer. How much is it? Right? 'Cause that's all we're thinking about, right? How much are they offering? Are you selling something? Is that the first thing to your mind? How much are they offering? What if I told you that's not the most important thing? Now, a seller will argue with you till they're blue in the face. Oh, that is the most important thing. Au contraire. My client has this offer is accompanied by a mortgage pre-approval letter. Now, I don't know if you have any other offers on the table, but most agents, when they present offers, they have them accompanied by a mortgage pre-qualification letter. You know what that's good for? I can wipe my butt with it. That's what it's good for. It doesn't mean that you can get the loan. You know what's required to get a mortgage pre-qualification letter? They got to get you on the phone with a mortgage rep. You give your social security number. Sure, they run your credit. And then you tell them how much money you earn, and you tell them what your approximate long-term debts are, but none of it's verified. Does that mean that you could definitely get that loan? Hell no. But a mortgage pre-approval letter is much better than a pre-qualification letter because all that information is verified. You give them the social security number, they run your credit. You tell them what your long-term debts and income are, and then you verify it by showing them your pay stubs, your tax returns, your bank statements, and they verify it. And once it's all verified, they issue a mortgage commitment letter. So you tell me which one's better. A commitment letter, the lender is committing to giving you the loan. But there's a big asterisk on that form, provided that there's no major changes in your work situation or financial situation, provided that the house appraises for the purchase price and there's no wood destroying insects or any major issues affecting the property you're buying. But as far as you're concerned, you as a buyer are approved. You're pre-approved, right? So we'll give you the loan, provided there's no changes in your financial situation, you're good to go. Now it's all on the house and the property that you're buying and the offer that you make versus its value, right? So which one of those is better, pre-approval or pre-qualification letter?
Pre-approval.
Definitely, no brainer. But a lot of people don't know the difference between the two. Your job as salespeople is to educate them. Don't assume that the seller already knows, right? Don't assume that the seller knows. You got to sell it. And how are you going to sell it? All right, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we have an offer on the table for you here. And this offer is accompanied by a mortgage pre-approval letter. Now, I'm not sure if you have any other offers on the table or not, but I'm sure your real estate agent already explained this to you. But just in case, I'd like to go over it again if you don't mind. So here's the difference between a mortgage pre-qualification letter and a mortgage pre-approval letter. Our offer here today that I bring to you is accompanied by a pre-approval letter, which is much, much better than a pre-qualification letter. And then I get into the whole explanation of it, you know? And now they're asking, I'm planting a seed in their head. So any other offer that came in, what do you think that they're asking themselves?
Were they pre-approved?
Yeah.
Did they pre-approved or is it a pre-qualification?
Were they
Wow,
pre-
didn't I just elevate my offer to the gold standard?
Mhm.
You see that? And it's all just by educating the client. Well, they're not even my client. That's the other person's client. This is the seller. I'm working with the buyer. I'm presenting the offer, right? So just that one thing alone is a major deal.
Mhm.
I have had offers accepted where my offer was not the highest. Why? Because it was accompanied by a mortgage pre-approval letter versus a pre-qualification letter. Hey, we got an offer here on the table right now, and you know this buyer qualifies to get the loan. Now, the buyer with a pre-qualification letter, you don't know if they could get the loan. None of that information has been verified. Do you want to risk it or do you want to go with ours? You know, I mean, Am I lying to them, first of all?
No.
Everything I'm saying is fact. But you see how educating the people in the transaction, taking the extra time to explain it, makes you a better agent right off the bat.
So
Okay.
when
Your likelihood of getting that offer accepted goes up tremendously, right? Okay. You know what? I also had offers accepted with when I'm explaining the offer. Another thing is the closing date. Okay. You know, dates on contracts are merely guidelines, but people don't know that. A lot of people think that the dates on a contract, they're written in stone. If you miss a deadline, you're in breach of contract and the other person can sue you. Not true. And that's what they think. Okay. So if that other agent who listed the property for sale has their own offer on the table, or it's coming from their office, you think they're going to try to promote their offer above yours so that they could get both ends of the deal, double the commission? Yeah, I think so. This is why I don't want them presenting the offer. I like to present my own offer because I know I could do a better job in doing it. And I don't have to be there wondering if, oh my gosh, did they present the offer? Was it accepted? Wait, if it wasn't accepted, now you're like, I wonder how they presented it.
You're right.
Well, if you're wondering, whose fault is that? You for being lazy. You know, I like to present my offer. I'll call the other agent up and say, I'd like you to set up a time where I could meet with you and your client so that I could present the offer. All right. I don't care if it's virtual through Zoom. You know, I want to go over, I want to have the opportunity to present the offer. Okay. Because I know I can do a better job doing it. Because how I talk can make a difference. Look, we have the real estate agent that's listing the property. They got their own offer on the table. We got this other offer that came in here. The asking price is this, and they got a closing date set at this, and they're using FHA financing, which it could require you to do some work on the house because it has to be in certain repair. All right. And I got my other offer that I got the buyer for this one. Just look at how peppy all of a sudden I am with my voice. Doesn't it sound like this offer is better just because I didn't even say anything yet? I just said, and I got this offer over here, you know? But seriously, doesn't that make a mood? You got the Debbie Downer over here, you know, you got this offer that came in, you know. Well, you don't sound too confident in that one. Yeah, well, you know. You know, a lot is just in the voice inflection of people and how they're presenting that offer. So, I mean, look, they could be saying everything that's factual, but they're like, oh, yeah, no. But then we got this fantastic one right here, you know? So voice inflection, how the offer is presented, not just what's being presented, but how it's being presented can make a big difference too. You know, it sounds silly, but it's not. It's not. We're dealing with humans. We got emotion, you know? Tell me that we don't got emotion.
Oh, we got emotion.
Yeah, we got emotion, you know? Lost out on offers because I had an agent that they submitted an offer. The offer was a shitty offer compared to mine. All right. But they won the offer. Why? Because they played on the emotions of the seller. They had them write a letter. How lovely that they thought their house was, and how they liked the decor and how it was set up, and how we want you to not to worry that we're going to treat your house, that if you grant us the opportunity to purchase your home, we're going to take good care of it, and so we could raise our family here. And tear-jerking BS, because as soon as they buy the house, they're going to gut it and they're going to redo it the way they want it. But this is a BS story that they're presenting. And I get these offers. See, I don't like playing people, so I don't like doing that, but it's part of sales. It actually works. You know, I've had people do this to me and it's screwed me over because I don't like playing that game. I like being honest, you know, but that's not completely honest. You're maybe jerking around with people's emotions a little bit, but it works. Okay. Something stupid as that. So try it, you know, don't lie in it though. Don't lie. But, you know, emotions do play a role in sales, you know? That's why when you're going and you're shopping for something with your spouse or significant other, salespeople, who do they try to convince?
Well, for
Females?
me, they go after my husband. It seems like they go after the husband.
Well, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the car?
They go after the buyer,
Are we talking
right?
about the car or are we talking about something else? You know, it depends on what it is. You know, if it's about the car and the mechanics, you know, they may be focusing on the husband with that one, right?
Yeah.
See, sales, it's a psychological, it's a mind game that they're playing with you, right? A lot of times people don't even realize it. But at the same token, since you see how emotions play on people, I'm gonna go off in a little direction just for a moment. I want to tell people to keep things professional when you guys are working out there as salespeople. Keep things professional, okay? When you go out dealing with clients, buyers, sellers, renters, etc., and you're showing properties or and you're dealing with couples, okay? I'm going to tell you, keep it professional. You may be keeping it professional, you know, but the client may not, right? Look, ladies, for an example, let me give an example for the ladies. Ladies, don't look better than the wife that you're showing the property to, okay? I know you like to look nice and all, but don't get all up looking like you're going out on the club, on the club scene tonight, all right? Because the second that the wife catches her husband's wandering eye,
It's over.
they ain't working with you no more.
It's over.
And, you know, same thing for the guys, you know, but it's more common with, you know, the guys are usually the pigs, right? So it's more common, you know. I just want to keep it that way and keep it real, right? Now,
Right.
at the same token, guys, you know, if it's a hot day, you're out there in the summer, don't go showing houses in flip-flops and Bermuda shorts and looking like you're going to Hawaii, all right? I've seen this, and I shake my head. I'm like, holy crap, how are people doing business like this? They look like they're on vacation, ready to go on the beach, you know? What are you doing? You are showing properties to somebody. What are you trying to sell them? What are you trying to sell them? Answer.
What you're trying to sell, you're trying to sell them the property. So you should be at your best.
Okay,
The
so
property.
so what are you trying to sell them? Property? And what's your answer, Tracy?
Property. You selling property.
Am I selling property?
Not you, the property.
Not
You're not the advertisement, that property.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You know what I'm selling?
What?
What?
I'm selling the single most expensive purchase that they're going to make in their lives. You got to look at it a different way.
Okay.
And I'm doing it wearing Bermuda shorts and looking like I'm going out on vacation and flip
Yeah, you're
flops.
supposed to be presentable, professional.
You know, even though you may get comfortable and joking around and clowning around with your clients because you're getting friendly with them, listen, this is business. You should joke around with them. You got to build that rapport, but don't get overboard with it. Remember, this is still a transaction. You guys can maybe even be friends afterwards. But during this transaction, I'm telling you, keep it professional. Joke around a little bit, but keep it professional, because I'm telling you, the first time that something goes south in that transaction, they're going to be pointing a finger at you. If it comes down to a lawsuit or something, they're going to be blaming you. All right. And you're going to be all like in joking mode. Come on, man. Aren't we buddies? You know? No. You see how quick they turn on you. Right? So keep it like a business. All right. Anyway, so I tied all that stuff together in real nice there. So let's go back to the slideshow here. So presenting that offer is a big deal, and how it's presented. There we go. All right, next thing. Qualifications for licensure. What's required to get your license? You guys probably went over this before you even enrolled in this class, right? You got to be 18 years of age or older. Prove that you have a high school education or equivalent to GED. I don't need to see it, neither does the state. You just got to answer those questions. If they have a question that they don't believe it for some reason, they may ask to see it. Okay. And then you should then worry about getting it then. So furnish evidence of good moral character. How do you do that? Well, here's a start. Don't lie about your qualifications. Don't say that you got a high school diploma or GED when you don't, right? If they ask you if you were ever arrested of something, don't say that you weren't. It's not going to prevent you from getting your license necessarily. You know, they're not looking for traffic offenses and misdemeanors. You know, they don't care if you got busted smoking a joint. All right. They don't care about that stuff. But if you lie about it, they care about the lie. That's a big deal. That's a situation where the lie is worse than the crime. Okay. They don't want to give licenses to people who are dishonest. You have to successfully complete a 75-hour pre-licensure course, which you're here to do today. You got to disclose your social security number for various reasons. I'll go with what they say here in the book for child support enforcement purposes, but there's various reasons. So you're going to need to actually, when you go to take the school exam, you guys need to provide to me, because the Real Estate Commission put it on the schools. I keep telling them to take it off the schools. We'll see someday maybe. But they require the schools to collect your social security number, because when you pass the exam, we have to transmit that information over to the state testing center. And then when you pass the state exam, then they give that information to the state. It should go directly to the state. But this is the way it's set up. If you want to complain about it to them, not to me. This is a required field that I need to give in order to get your license there, in order to take the exam. All right, you got to provide your documentation of citizenship or residency in the United States. You don't need to be a citizen to get your real estate license, but you need to be legally here, or if you're not, well, actually DACA recipients are considered legally here now. So you are allowed to get your real estate license if you are a DACA recipient, okay? Pass a state exam and get fingerprinted. They don't have that one in the book. Okay, that's missing from the book, the fingerprinting. So, do they have a fingerprint? Yeah, write that one in the book. License qualifications, right in there, fingerprinting. You got to get fingerprinted too. What's that, page 4? Got to make a note here in my notes. Page 4. Add fingerprinting. Yep, already got it. All right. That's what's required to get your salesperson's license. Now, you see on this slide, I have a direct link. You have to get fingerprinted. I don't care if you've already got fingerprinted for a high security job, top security, you're in government. I don't care. It don't matter. They don't care. They always tell you that the different governmental agencies do not communicate with each other, so they don't share that information. So that's all BS. It's garbage. It has to deal with collecting the money for fingerprinting. But I have a link here directly to where you enroll to get the fingerprinting done. This is the company that does the fingerprinting that you do go to in person. But before that, you need to go to the Real Estate Commission's webpage. Here's the website page where you could get the fingerprinting done, okay? Oh boy, what did I do? All right, let me click on that. I'm gonna open it up in the web browser, show you. That takes you here to the Real Estate Commission's website, Department of Banking and Insurance, okay? You see here, Real Estate Commission. I'm gonna send you this link again when you pass a school exam and I send you your completion certificate. I'm gonna send you this link again for fingerprinting. There's a form on this page that you need to print and take with you to the fingerprinting center. It don't matter if you take the exam first or get fingerprinted first, it does not matter. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna send to everybody in the chat window. There's that link right there. All right. But it's in the Word, it's in that Word document, the class links folder, and in the slideshow here. Now, if you scroll down a little bit on the page, you see it says to get fingerprinted. It gives you some instructions here. You need to take IDs with you in order to get fingerprinted. And you have to download the Universal Fingerprinting Form application. Must be completed prior to the appointment with the vendor. All right, so let's see, director, real estate instructor, salesperson, broker, salesperson. This is the one that you need. So you click on that. This is the form that opens up. When this form opens up, this is the form you need to print and take with you to the fingerprinting center. But before you register to get fingerprinted online, print this out because it has information that you need to put into the online registration. Like this, they're going to ask you, what is the code for the originating agency that you're getting fingerprinted for? You need to have this code. Do not call me up asking me for the code. I do not know it. It's on the form here, okay? It'll ask you what category. You see how each one of these fields are numbered? You guys see that? Every field is numbered here.
Yeah.
When you're registering for fingerprinting online, they're not, it's going in the same order as these numbered fields. So the questions that they're asking you may be a little bit off from what it says here, what they're looking for. They have a different explanation of it, but this is the way to follow it. Each field that you fill out, you're going to fill out these things from the drop-down list. Real estate salesperson, it actually says combo. Online, you're going to select the combo option. You put in all these codes, RB1, RBS, REBSL, okay, 2F1FTK. These are the codes you fill in. Don't call me asking for them, okay? Now, when you're getting fingerprinted, you see it says here who's the employer. You may not know yet. You haven't selected a broker yet. That does not need to be filled out yet when you're getting fingerprinted. You need to fill it out before you send it into the state to get your license though. Because in order to send in your paperwork from the testing center, from the fingerprinting, and your broker's check or money order, no personal checks, for $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to get your license for the first time. All right, it needs to be filled out then, okay? And then down at the bottom, you see here, there's a PCN number. So some of this stuff will be filled out by the guy at the, guy or gal over there at the fingerprinting center. But there's a PCN number down here. You're gonna get that from what they give you a cash register receipt. It looks like a cash register receipt. They give you a code number. There's a PCN number on that receipt. You know what? I got some here, but I don't want to show somebody else's documents without, I don't want to have any social security numbers or anything there. But they give you what looks like a cash register's receipt. Do not throw that away. You need to send that in along with this form and the paperwork from the PSI testing center to get your license. But on that cash register receipt, there's something called the PCN number. You write that here in this form, okay? If you lose that cash register receipt, you're gonna have to get fingerprinted and pay for it again. And how much is it gonna cost you? $66.05. All right. All right. We're with you, Vic. Okay, that sounds good. All right, so, and this is the link that takes you to the place where you could get fingerprinted, which is also on the Real Estate Commission's webpage. So if you're on this webpage, it says schedule an appointment with the vendor. That takes you directly to this link. All right. And they give you, you know, because you got to go in person, you know, follow all their COVID rules, like when you go anywhere. All right. The paperwork you need to take with you, you got a temperature or all that stuff. You think you got COVID, don't go, blah, blah, blah. All right. Oh, you weren't seeing that. I didn't have you on that. Sorry. Anyway. Back to the slideshow. You guys are seeing the slideshow now still? Or no?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
What are the qualifications for a broker's license or a broker salesperson's license? Well, it's basically the same stuff as a salesperson. You got to be 18 years of age or older. Prove that you have a high school education or its equivalency, GED. You had to serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. What is full-time? Well, I got two explanations on page 5 and 16. So next to where it says serve 3 years full-time, I want you to write a cross-reference, page 5, page 6. Now on page 5, we could just see where it says required experience. You could just draw a line to that. Required experience. Draw an arrow to that from that bullet point. Let me read the required experience here. It says, for a candidate for a broker's license, you must have been continuously employed on a full-time basis as a real estate salesperson during the 3 years immediately preceding your application for licensure as a broker. Highlight, full-time means the applicant worked at least 40 hours per week between the approximate hours of 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and during that time was not employed elsewhere except on a part-time basis for no more than 25 hours per week. Now, stop highlighting there and let me continue reading. The licensee must be able to show evidence that they had experience listing, selling, and leasing property during this period. So you got to be able to have some kind of proof that you worked during that time. But your broker is going to have to fill out a broker experience history report showing that you were working full-time as an agent during this time. Let me just pull up the link for that real quick. Sorry. Rec forms page. So I just went to that class links document and I clicked on Rec's form page. Here's the Real Estate Commission's form page. There's an experience history report somewhere here. I'm going to search experience. Waivers and reports. Okay, waiver education requirements. Honorably discharged veterans, disabled veterans. Waiver education for salesperson. Experience report for broker applicants. There we go. I'm going to click on that. Hello. Oh, it's just downloading it. Open file. So when you're going to get your broker's license, you fill out the first page on this form. The broker fills out the other side of the page. It's 2 pages, right? This is showing that you worked full-time during that 3-year period and how much of that time you spent on what kinds of real estate transactions, all right? And the broker certifies that that you worked full-time between these terms during the last 3 years, etc. All right. Now, what if your broker says that you didn't work full-time, but you did? What happens then?
Well, that's
If
why
you could prove the hours.
They go based on, I mean, you could show your experience of the work that you did, but how are you going to prove that you worked full-time if the broker says that you didn't? They're relying on the broker's word. Do brokers ever lie?
They do.
They're not supposed to. Well, supposed to and do are two different things, right? So I would suggest, because I had this issue when I went to get my broker's license, I worked for 2 brokers during that 3-year period, and both of them were giving me crap. And after I spent over $1,000 to take a broker's class, man, I would have gotten screwed. So what am I going to suggest for you guys to do to avoid this problem? Create a Word document, a simple form. And I would suggest that every quarter, every 3 months, have your broker sign it, confirming that you were working full-time during that period. So this way, 3 years down the road, if you guys want to get your broker's licenses, if they give you any crap about that you worked full-time or not, you got all the evidence there. You had them filling out quarterly that you were working full-time during that whole time, right? That's just my idea of a way to try to protect yourselves.
That's good.
Because we teach broker classes, and I can't tell you how many people it's a $1,000 course. I can't tell you how many people that we get all the time. They're like, I won't have a problem getting my broker to sign off on it. And then you get brokers that lie. Some brokers just don't want their agents to succeed.
Terrible.
They're afraid that you're going to open your own office and steal their agents. So they lie on this application. So, I mean, I've come across it. I've seen agents come across it. Now, most brokers aren't like that, but there's a lot that are. So I don't want you guys to be like that. So if you know, I don't know if you're going to want to become brokers. You know, maybe you don't know yet. But you know what? If you're working full time, I'd say make up a form like that to try to protect yourself, because someday maybe you do want to be a broker and you just don't know it yet, right? Make a habit of it. All right. So then they have to successfully complete a 150-hour pre-licensing course. Oh, wait. We weren't done with the full-time thing. All right. So what is full-time?
40 hours a week, between what, 8 a.m. and 10 or something?
Between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m.
Oh, okay, opposite. Okay.
You ever drive by a real estate office and how many cars do you see out front of it early in the morning?
A couple.
You see most of the agents start rolling in about 1. Hey, the early bird gets the the worm, right? So listen, you could be getting a lot of stuff done in the morning when people aren't bothering you. And hey, you could get clients that are in the morning too. Maybe other people have that free time too, and they look at that as a time to reach out to agents. A lot of agents aren't thinking like that. They're like, oh, most people don't contact us till they get out of work anyway, and that's not until later. So I'm not going to stroll in the office until about 1 p.m. You know, most agents don't even work a full day. And then they wonder why they're broke, why they can't make it in real estate. I got a good idea. What you give is what you get, right? What you put into it, you know? So I gave you, there's 2 definitions for full-time though. We just gave you the one. This is the definition for full-time for a salesperson trying to obtain their broker's license. Now go to page 16.
Page 16?
16, yep. I also created a slide that has both of these definitions on one slide here in front of you now. If you go to page 16, under, where is it? Okay, under main office, the section for main office, the 3rd paragraph down. It says the main office and the persons working in it must be under the full-time direct supervision of either a broker or qualified broker salesperson. Highlight, full-time means the supervising licensee is physically present in the office during usual business hours, 5 days a week, and is not otherwise employed. I want you to write on the side of that, like in the left in the margin, full-time, or down below it. You could write full-time for an office manager slash supervisor? Full-time for an office manager. This is the definition if you're an office manager, broker, salesperson managing an office, or a broker of record. What is full-time for you? They don't give you time. They just say, you got to be physically present in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they are. And so you got to show your face during normal business hours so your agents have access to you, basically, right? And you can't have another job. Why? Because you're supposed to be in the office supervising.
Mhm.
So you see this slide I have up here on the screen? Here's the two definitions, one above the other. One is full-time for a supervising licensee after they already have their broker's license. And the first one is what full-time is for a salesperson who's trying to obtain their broker's license. I'm not sure which one they're going to give you on exam. You may get one, the other, or both. So you need to know both of these definitions.
Was it for the salesperson, was it always 10 to 8?
Yeah.
Okay,
So anywhere between these hours.
right.
Now, most brokers shouldn't really care whether it's 10 to 8 or what it is, as long as you're there making money and dealing with clients. Me personally, if you're sitting your butt in a chair in the office between 10 and 8, you ain't working.
Right. Right.
Look, unless you're making phone calls trying to prospect for business, you're meeting with clients, you're preparing contracts or marketing materials to go out, you ain't working. What are you doing in the office? You know what they're doing in the office? What I found personally, I found by looking through browser history that the agents are either shopping for pocketbooks and shoes or they're looking at porn.
Ooh. Oh my.
That ain't working.
That's working something.
Jesus. And then they get frustrated when they're broke. What are you doing? What are you doing with your time? Right? Look, I'm dead serious on this stuff. Look, there's about 80,000 licensees in these. Well, hold on a second. Let me look at the old version of the book. I got it over here.
Crazy.
Try to grab it with one hand. I got the old version of the book right here behind me.
Mhm.
So let me pull up, because they don't say in this version of the book, they don't tell you how many licensees there are in the state anymore. The older version of the book did. This one was printed in 2017, though, I think. Let me take a look. Let me tell you, as of 2017, it says there were approximately 93,000 brokers, salespersons, and referral agents in the state.
Wow.
That's a lot of competition for you guys just to be getting your real estate license to go against, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it ain't.
Active.
No,
How
it
many
ain't.
are active, right?
I just told you what a lot of these agents are doing. And you're saying they're competition for you? Really? Come on. You know,
Right.
you guys have a friend that's in real estate or was in real estate?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Why ain't they in real estate no more? Oh, it's a tough biz. Oh, you ain't making money in that. They got a million excuses. Really? Why are some of the richest people in the world, they started out as real estate agents or investing in real estate or still in real estate?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Is it easy? No, it's got its challenges. But considering what you got to put into it, I would say it is kind of easy, on the easy side, to make a transaction. Look, anybody can do a transaction. And if you get in a habit of doing things the right way and you treat it like a business and you guys get your plans down and you work hard at it, you can make a lot of money in this business. All right? You get out of it what you put into it. the thing is, a lot of people put a little into it, or they work hard at it for a little while, but then they slack off because they make a lot of money. Now they want to party with it. And then when they're broke and all that money's spent, it's like, oh, I got to hurry up and try to make more money. Oh my God, I'm struggling to make money. We should have kept working the whole time along. You know, do what most people do. Party after work or on the weekends, you know? That's another story altogether. All right. So we got 93,000 agents. Okay. Aside from the people who really aren't doing much work, why do a lot of your friends that are in real estate, are they doing it full-time or part-time?
I have two full-time.
Part-time.
I have two
Part-time.
full-time.
So we got full-time, we got part-time, we got a mix of them, right? And then some of them, whether they're working full-time or part-time, even those ones that are working full-time, are they really working the full-time? Or are they just in the office?
Hmm.
Or they say that they're at home working. You don't at home working. Sure, you could write up contracts from home and prepare mailing materials from home or setting up appointments from home, but are you?
My
Let's
friends
see how much you made last year and I'll tell you if you were. Right? All right. I don't want these numbers to scare you. Because somebody's been in the business for a long time does not mean they're competition for you. I just told you how you could explain an offer when presenting an offer to somebody. And if you do what I just told you, you're going to be better than a lot of the agents that are out there that do not present offers that way. A lot of them, you know how they present the offer? They don't. They fax it to the other agent and they let them do it and they cross their fingers and hope it gets presented right. So just by you asking for an appointment to present it, you're already ahead of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you educate them and you present the offer like I did, you're elevating yourself even more. I'm going to give you guys a lot of little tips like this. They sound like they're little nothings, but they're big deals. And if you start implementing all these little tips that I give you, you guys are going to do very well. You guys can jump up as new agents. You get into some of these offices, you're going to stand next to another agent. I guarantee you're going to come across at least one person that's going to come up to you and ask you, how long have you been in a business? How long, or if you have an issue with them or a problem in a transaction, you know what their response is going to be? How long you been doing this? I've been doing it for the last 25 years. And you're still broke? Says a lot about you, huh? Right? Because you've been doing something for a long time, don't mean that you were doing it right for a long time. You could be brand spanking new and run circles around these people. Okay? That's my motivation speech for you for now. Right? And it's 100% true. I'm a broker. I've come across it. I've seen it. As a salesperson, as a broker, I've seen it. Okay? Take my word. All right. So we went over the different required experiences there. These will be on exam. Am I beating around the bush? Am I beating around the bush a little bit on this stuff or no? I'm telling you what's on exam. I know you're taking 2 exams, but I'm telling you, this is on exam. When we started out, did I tell you, did we do that PSI booklet and did I run down a list of everything that's on exam? I did. Not only did I look in the PSI booklet, but in this Word document that I got up in front of you on the screen, look what happens when you scroll past all the links and tips and tricks and resources that I give you. State exam topics and questions by category. I broke them down for you here too. I broke them down a little bit further to tell you what chapters you could find this information in. Statutes, rules governing licensee activities, 22 questions on the exam. That information is found in chapter 1, 2, 18, and 21. General principles of agency, 13 questions, chapter 3. Property ownership, 8 questions, chapter 6, 7, 19. Land use controls and regulations, 5 questions, chapter 9. I break it down. I give you more information in this Word document. I took that same information they had in that PSI PSI booklet, and I put it here, and then I broke it down and told you for this book what chapter you could find it in. Trying to help you out, guys. Trying to help you out. You can lead a horse to water, can't make him drink. All right. So, in addition to the full-time requirement to get your broker's license, you have to successfully complete a 150-hour broker's class, which consists of 3 modules. There's a 30-hour class in ethics agency law, 30-hour class in office management, and a 90-hour core topic class, which is similar to the class that you guys are, the information you guys are learning now. Why do they give brokers 90 hours to learn the same stuff that you guys are learning in 75? Because we need to re-educate them. After you've been in the business for a little while, you may think that you know it all. And you're doing things, you get in bad habits of doing things the wrong way. So trying to reconvince you that you're doing things the wrong way and re-educate you, well, they give us 90 hours to teach you guys, to teach the same stuff that we're teaching you guys in 75. All right. All right. They have to also disclose their social security number, provide documentation of citizenship or legal residency in the United States. They got to get fingerprinted again and pass another state exam. All right. Let me ask you a question, guys. Ready? Let me ask you some questions. Let me take this off the screen and I'm going to ask you some questions. How old do you need to be to get your salesperson's license?
18 or older.
18 or older. How old do you need to be to get your broker's license?
18 or older.
18 or over.
How long do you need to be a full-time salesperson to get your broker's license?
3 years.
3 years.
Years.
Full-time between hours of
Years.
10
So
a.m. and
18,
6 p.m.
19, so you got your 18 to 19 to 20 to 21.
What?
21 to be.
Didn't we just say that you got to be 18 to get your
18 and over.
license? And 18 for the salesperson and 18 for the broker? But you got to be a full-time salesperson for 3 years in order to get the broker?
Right.
I was gonna
Is there
tell
something
you
wrong
that.
with the math there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm like 18. If you got to do 3 years, how you gonna be 18?
That's a pretty damn good question. And I got the answer for you.
What's the answer?
Where is the answer? The answer's coming up. There it is, right here. I fast forwarded to the slide. There's an exception for licenses for veterans, or to be more accurately, there's a 3-year full-time experience requirement for brokers or broker salesperson's licensees, but that could be waived for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disability. Now, I'm not sure if it's 75% or 100% classification of disability, but once they get their salesperson's license, they can immediately go take the broker's class and get their broker's license. They don't have to work for 3 years full-time.
What?
That's the only way that you could get your license at 18. But look, that's a lot to get done. So let me see. You got your salesperson's license at 18. You joined the military. I don't know, you got yourself blown up or something that you became disabled and honorably discharged. And then you go back to, to get your broker's license.
Right.
You know, that's a lot to happen at 18. You know, so I mean, I would assume that's very few people and far in between that would occur for. But either way, when you get your salesperson's license, if you're an honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability, you do not need to wait. You do not need to work full-time for 3 years to go and get your broker's license afterwards then. So there's a waiver. You see, I got the link here for the waiver for the fully for the disabled, honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. All right. Now, I support our veterans 1,000%. I'm behind them. I'm behind our veterans 1,000%. I think this is the dumbest rule that's out there. Let me ask you a question. Why do we have a full-time 3-year requirement in order to get your broker's license? Why do you suppose?
The experience, you need experience.
You need to get some experience. How are you going to be hiring people and providing them guidance and direction, right? When you haven't worked a day on the job yourself? Kind of stupid, right? So, I mean, listen, I'm behind our veterans 1,000%. And I believe in all the benefits that they get, they should get. But I think this one's stupid. It's asking for trouble. All right.
Unless you hire a broker salesperson to run the office for you.
Well, you mean that they could get a broker's license? Well, listen, hold on a second.
Sure.
I can see he's trying to be a smart aleck here. And I get you. He's trying to say, well, he could get his broker's license and then just hire somebody who's been a broker salesperson for much longer already that has the experience, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little something, wise guy. You don't even need to get your broker's license. I'm going to give you an example. Me. I opened up my own brokerage before I ever had a broker's license. I hired a broker. So I still had a salesperson's license, right? I never went for my broker's license until I noticed that I was starting to have trouble with some of these brokers, though. And then I was like, oh, geez. Now, if I just had my broker's license, I could just step in there, get rid of them, and then seek to hire someone else, you know? So in that regard, yes, that would be a good idea, you know? But yeah, you could open up your own brokerage. You don't need to have a broker's license. You just need somebody with a broker's license. So yeah, I get what you're saying. But that's good. That shows that you're thinking, you know? All right, so change of license status. You could change your license from a broker or salesperson to a referral agent and back. And there's a $50 license status change fee. Now, there's also a little side note that I'm giving you guys here. If you spell your name wrong when you go to take the state exam and they give you the paperwork, but your name is spelt wrong on there, get them to correct it right away. Just don't send it into the state with the wrong, even if you don't get them to correct it, you could correct it. You could cross out the name, spell it correctly. Don't scribble it out. Just cross it out with one line so that they could see what was there before, and spell it correctly above. Make a photocopy of your ID that has the correct spelling and attach it and send it in. If you don't do that and you just send in the paperwork and they issue the license and you try to get it corrected later, Real Estate Commission does not correct names because they don't make mistakes. They change names and it costs $50 to change your name. I'm trying to just give you guys a little tip there. Plus, if you get divorced or you get married and you change your name, $50 to change your name. You'd hope that they'd give you a wedding gift or a freedom gift, but like the way I worded that for the divorce, freedom gift. So let me see. All right. CE is required to change the license type back and forth as well. That's an additional requirement. You already know that. We already went over that. Seems like we're kind of repeating stuff a little bit now, right? We already talked about this. The veterans. Exceptions for education requirements before we get. All right, so that's back up on the page 5 again. It's actually going backwards on the page a little bit. The commission, the Real Estate Commission, may agree to waive the education requirement for someone that's previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the last 5 years. Maybe they let their license expire. Well, they could get a waiver for the education requirement and take the exam to get their salesperson's license again. Okay. Someone who has taken equivalent real estate courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate in college. And how many people major in real estate? Not a lot. New Jersey attorneys can get an education waiver. And certain applicants who took 75-hour or equivalent pre-licensing courses in another state. In other words, they had to be at least 75 hours. They could get a waiver for the education requirement. They fill out that waiver. on the Real Estate Commission's website there. And then they could get they could just take the exam. They don't have to take this course. Don't recommend that happening at all, though. I get people all the time from New York, from Pennsylvania. Well, Pennsylvania doesn't matter. They don't have enough hours in. But New York, that they've been licensed for years. Some of them even have their broker's license in New York. They try to come across the water over here. They try to come across to New Jersey to get their license. They can't pass the exam. They took it 6 times. They can't pass the state exam. But I've been licensed for so many years. I know this stuff. Really? But you don't know all the New Jersey laws. You've been working in a different state. You know the general real estate portion, but state laws, you don't know it. Welcome to New Jersey. Now go home. That's our state motto, right? We have so many regulations and so many state laws here. This is the nanny state. That even agents that have been licensed for years in another state, they come here to try to take the exam, they can't pass. I always recommend taking this course, okay? Even if you were licensed for 20 years in a different state, I recommend you take this course so you familiarize yourself with New Jersey law so that you could pass the exam. All right. Now, even though attorneys get a waiver for the education requirement, they still need, this is just to become what? To get what license type?
Salesperson.
Salesperson. Is there any kind of waiver, the 3-year experience requirement for an attorney to get their license, their broker's license quicker? Nope.
Nope.
That's only for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities, not attorneys. So an attorney who wants to get their broker's license, they need to quit being an attorney for 3 years. Work at least 3 years full-time as a salesperson, and then go back to school to get their broker's license. Take the exam. Now they could get a waiver for the 90-hour core part, but they still need to take the 2 30-hour classes in ethics agency and office management. How many attorneys do you think are going to do that? Quit being an attorney so that they could become a salesperson for 3 years to get their broker's license. Then how come there's so many attorneys out there that got their broker's licenses? I call them generally liars. How many attorneys you think are going to quit being an attorney to go to become a full-time salesperson? There's only one exception to that. And that would be if they got their broker's license before they became an attorney. Otherwise, I don't see it happening, right? Okay. But I wanted to tell you a little story and talk about it a little bit because it's on exam. Who qualifies for a waiver for the 3-year experience requirement, full-time experience requirement to get the broker's license? Only an honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. All right. Licenses and criminal convictions. No one will be issued a real estate license in the state of New Jersey if they're convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense. Okay. And look, even if it's more than 5 years, if it's something that's serious, like majorly serious for certain offenses, the Real Estate Commission still won't give you the license. But even for if you were convicted of a felony, if it was more than 5 years ago, depending on the severity of it, depending on what it was, depending on if you are remorseful, because they do believe in second chances, it is possible for you to get a real estate license still, as long as you're honest and you disclose everything. Okay, so let's see what the highlight here. Go down to time limit on application, which is on this slide. We're going to highlight it first because some of the stuff was bouncing around on the pages. Let's highlight under time limit of application at the end of the first line. within 1 year of the date when the candidate successfully completed their pre-licensing course. That's how long you have to get your real estate license. And then right underneath that, a year is a year is a year. You know what that means? Not a day more. They don't care if you had cancer treatments. They're going to say, what, you didn't have 1 day where you could have taken the test? I know it sounds cold-hearted, but I know it's been done. I've had students before. All right. Non-residents, we already went over this. Highlights from the last line there. Filing an irrevocable consent to service of process, consent to be sued in the state. So in order for somebody to get a license in New Jersey who's not a resident of the state, they have to file an irrevocable consent to service of process. So someone who does not live in the state may obtain a New Jersey real estate license after qualifying in the usual way and filing an irrevocable consent to service of process. Just highlight that whole thing, the whole sentence. I'm cherry picking the words there, but you could highlight that whole sentence. And then turn the page. This is all stuff that's on this slide, by the way, anyway. So I know the slide disappeared. Relax, just activating the system. Okay. So New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. What does that mean? It means if you're licensed in another state, you cannot come here and New Jersey just gives you the license. New Jersey doesn't recognize licenses in other states. That's what that means. Whereas some other states do. For example, New York. If you have a license in New York, you could take that license and go to Pennsylvania and show it to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania will just give them the license in Pennsylvania. No test, no nothing. Okay. That's a quick way for you guys to get licensed in 3 states, by the way. You get your license here in New Jersey. Then you could file for an education waiver in New York. You don't have to take the class there. Ask for their law booklet. It's a very thin booklet. New York doesn't have many state laws compared to us. You just study their state laws. You take their state exam. You get licensed in New York. Then you just show it to Pennsylvania. Now you're tri-state licensed. But you need to be licensed either under a broker who's licensed in all those states or a different broker in each state. Okay.
So you could be licensed under a different broker in each state, no problem.
Sure thing. You just can't be licensed in the same state under more than one broker.
Wow.
All right. Look, I know brokers. I know one guy who refers us students all the time. He's licensed in all 3 states. You know, he's licensed in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and in Florida. Yeah. All right. The time limit on application, a year is a year is a year, not a day more. Non-residents can obtain a license, but they got to fill out this form. That's your irrevocable consent to service the process. So here's that form for you. Hold on one second. I know we got somebody here in class that needs to do that. So PSI should give this to you, but in case they don't, I will. Let me stick it in the chat window. Who's that does not live in New Jersey? Here you go. There's the form. And here is the form on screen. This is what it looks like. Irrevocable consent to service the process. It just basically says you agree to come back to New Jersey to get sued. Okay. You sign it, get it notarized, send it back. All right. Can a corporation be licensed in the state of New Jersey? What's required for a corporation to get licensed here? One of its officers has to have a broker's license and then they become the broker of record for the corporation. So highlight that in a book at the top of page 6. One of its officers holds a broker's license, then becomes the broker of record for the corporation. So a corporation can be granted, so highlight that all the way up to there. A corporation can be granted a real estate license only if one of its officers holds a broker's license, and that person becomes the broker of record for the corporation. Next thing, the exam. When you're taking the state exam, you don't pay the fees to me, you pay them directly to the state. That's for the state exam, okay? Corporations, one of the officers has to hold a license, exam fees paid directly to PSI. Temporary license, okay? Put a highlighted box around the entire section of temporary license. And instead of reading it all, I'm going to explain it to you. If your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated, does the brokerage have to shut down, or can somebody take that broker's place? Well, somebody can take the broker's place. Now, what if, so who could take, what kind of license type is required to take over for the broker?
Wouldn't it have to be the salesperson that's been a full-time? No?
A broker salesperson.
Broker.
They have to apply though, right?
Yeah, they have to apply for it.
But they have to have that 3 years experience.
Well, hold on a second. If you're a broker salesperson, you did because you already got that license.
Oh, well, then they have to
Oh,
apply
okay.
for it.
So first they look to see if there's anybody in the office that has a broker salesperson license, because that person can just slide right in and become the broker because they already got a broker type license, right?
Mhm.
But what if there is nobody in the office who has a broker salesperson's license? Well, then, Ellen, then it goes according to what you were saying. If that salesperson worked 3 years full-time as a salesperson, basically they meet the requirements to get their broker's license, but they just have not chosen to do so up until now, they can request a temporary broker's license from the real estate commission. That temporary license is good for 1 year. And in that 1 year's time, they need to make it legitimate by going to school, by taking the classes, by taking the exam, getting fingerprinted, and becoming the broker of record legit. Okay? But I stopped you, Ellen, there for a reason, because before they're going to give a temporary broker's license to somebody with a salesperson, they're first going to look to see if somebody there already has a broker type license.
Correct, right, okay.
Okay? And then if they don't, then they'll grant a temporary license. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
So you're partially right. Okay, I got to first look for that.
Mhm.
So I have that all explained right here on this slide too. By the way, here's another excellent slide I created. All these things I've been telling you to highlight so far are on this slide. You notice that? Good notes. All right. Failure to renew the license. Well, hold on. We already went over this in an earlier slide too, right? If you don't renew, when does everybody have to renew their license by?
June,
June 30th,
30th.
odd number of years.
odd
June
year.
30th, odd numbered year. And if you don't, when does your license expire?
July 1st.
The next day. That's good. It's not June. Don't say June 30th, because I know we keep training June 30th, June 30th, June
July
30th, June
1st.
30th. And then they give that to you as an exam answer option, and people are like June 30th. Wrong. Your license is still good on June 30th. It expires the next day.
Yes.
That's a tricky question on exam. All right. Now, if your license expires, it doesn't expire, it just becomes inactive. How long can it remain inactive when you could still reactivate it?
2 years.
One licensing term, which is 2 years. Right? Exam questions. Licensing fees are paid to the state. But what are the licensing fees? We're gonna have to go over them. Oh, they're on the next page. I think we already went over it on a previous page. But that's just listed here on the next page 7. We have the licensing fees, right? Salespeople to initially get your license, it cost
160.
160,
How much to renew it?
100,
100. What about brokers to initially get it?
260,
270.
270, sorry.
And to renew it,
200.
200. Boom. There you go. Okay. All right, let's talk about license transfers and terminations. You guys can transfer your license at any time. It's your license. You can do it what you want. Day one, you start working at a broker and you realize you made a mistake. You can say, thank you for the opportunity, but I'm not going to be working here. Can you please return my license to the state? Okay. Now, they use this nasty sounding language. They're terminating your license. Okay. The license ain't terminated. They're terminating your affiliation with that broker. That's what they mean when they say terminating a license. Okay. And then you just go to the next broker and then they'll pull it in to their brokerage. Look, I've got, if you go to the website links they have here, if you go to nj.com, nj.gov, there's actually a login on the screen for brokers. Now, let me just show you right quick. Go to nj.gov. This site can actually be customized a bit. You see it says login here? I could actually log in here. I already got my stuff in there. And when I log in, it's going to show you my brokerages. A secret window comes up on their website now. This is a shortcut to get to this link. And look, I could click here and I can manage the licenses of all of my brokerages for all the licensees under me. I'll click on it, I'll show you. See, it takes you to this long website link right here. See, this is the website link that they have listed in the book where brokers can go and manage the licenses of all their licensees. All right. So I could click into either one of these brokerages, and here I'm also a pre-licensing instructor, right? So I could manage all that stuff by going in there. I'm not going to go in there right now. You don't need to see any of that info. But how do I get to that? Well, either this website link or I did a shortcut. I just went in through nj.gov and clicked login. But this secret menu is only operational during hours that their security people can monitor it. That's business hours. It's not available on holidays or after hours. I think after 5 or 6 o'clock it shuts down. That you can't. That link won't work. So a little bit of information there. So in the book, you see there's a website link. So brokers in the past had to deal with your papers licenses. If you terminate, they had to mail your license back to the state. You'd have to wait for the state to get the license. Then they terminate your affiliation with that broker. Then you go to a new broker. They have to send in paper requests to get your license transferred to that new broker. Now everything is done online. You go to your broker, say, I don't want to work for you no more. Return my license. They cancel it online. You got to wait 24 hours so the system updates. Go to the next broker. They'll pull your license in. But I believe there's a $25 transfer fee, $20 or $25. I'm not sure. Let me see. What are the fees? Here we go.
License fees.
This is the page on the Real Estate Commission's website that has all of their applications, forms, licensing fees, waivers, and all that. You know what? I got it in the links Word document, but here I'll send it to everybody in a chat message if you wanted it. I'm going to click on licensing fees. And let's see. We have all the licensing fees required for everybody here, right? Where's the transfer fee? Transfers for salespersons? Yeah, 25 for salespersons and broker salespersons. It's $25 fee. Name change, $50. Okay. initial cost, renewal costs. Now, I'm a broker of record of two brokerages. So when I opened up each brokerage, I had to pay $270. Wait a minute. I'm also the broker of record myself. So the corporation had to pay $270. I had to pay $270 myself for each company. I had to pay twice for my same license. And then when I renew my license, I have to pay twice for my license and one for each brokerage. Pay a lot of money. All right. Anyway, here's all that information for fees and all that other crap, and the pages I gave you for all the links from the Real Estate Commission. So we already went over this, what the salesperson licensing procedure is. I'm not going to go over it again. Salesperson's licensing exam, once again, passing score is 70. After you pass the state exam, when can you start to work? When do you get your license? The Real Estate Commission does not send you paper licenses anymore. Here's a long website link where you could go to check and see if your name is showing in the state's database. I created a shortcut. You see this shortcut? tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. Yeah, believe it or not, that's a shortcut. Oh, hold on, back it up. I'm going to click on it and I'm going to send it to you guys right now. This is also in the Word document. Where was that?
So Victor,
Yes.
you said that they no longer send you the physical license, right? So what's hanging up in the broker's office?
You could print it.
Oh, so we just have to print it. Okay, so it still has to hang up in the. Okay.
Yep. Damn it. Trying to click on this thing. Give me a sec. tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. Okay, there we go. I'll put this for you guys. So after you send all your paperwork into the state, when can you start working? When do you got your license? Keep searching this link. Go to this link. This is the shortcut. Keep searching this link. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to show you where it takes you. When you click on this link, it takes you here. See, real estate licensee search. You put your name in here. All right. Let's see. You got to put your last name in. You type your last name in there, comma, first initial, no spaces. Okay. I put V. And then you search. I'm not even putting in the license type, which they refer to as a reference number. And I'm going to search. See, apparently there's only one Kaminsky that ends that the first name begins with a V. If I did this search again and I put just Kaminsky, my last name, and I do a search, look, everybody back with the last name Kaminsky pops up. So if you guys got a common last name, you better put a comma and your initial or spell out your full first name there to narrow it down. You know, your last name is Johnson, Brown, Chin. You know, you better Chen. You know, you better be you better be narrowing it down. These are some common names, right? So you put in your full name so that you can find it a little bit better. Kaminsky, comma V. Boom. My name comes right up. All right. And then you can see here are my two companies. You see this reference number? That's your real estate license number. EMP reference, that's the employer's reference number. That's the name. My employer is my company. name of my brokerage, right? You click on it, and then you could see the this is my my license that they could print out, and they could hang this in the office if they wanted to put it in a frame. All right. First license. Okay. January 2004. Okay. I knew it was late 2003, early 2004. I got my license. So this is the information about that. But you could print a pocket card that you have to carry around with you all the time when you're conducting business. This is an exam question. Licensees must carry their licenses with them at all times while conducting business. So where do you get it? Licensee search, real estate license login. Now I have all these links. I'm not going to keep posting these in the chat window here because they're all in that Word document already. That's in the shared Google Drive that you guys have access to. In this link here, this is where you could plug in your information and you could print out your pocket card. Okay. I'm going to show you from my broker's window. Hold on one second. I'll show you from my broker's window what it looks like instead of logging in from here. I told you you could go to nj.gov and you can log in. Let me just log in here. I'll log into my referral agency. And it gives me the option, you know, when people's licenses come up for renewal, I could renew. This is what a broker of record sees. Okay. They could if they're going to terminate your license, they could basically click on this and then they look up all their agents. See, all their agents will show up here. And then they could terminate their licenses. Let me back that up a little bit. If you're hiring a new agent, you click here. You got to put in their license number, their license type that they have, as of what day they're going to start working to you. They add it to the list, and then it's going to take you to a credit card. You know, where they got to check out and they got to pay for your the license transfer or to reinstate a license. If it's your original application for a license, the first time you're sending it in, we could process that online now because mailing it into the real estate commission, nobody's there. They're all working remotely from home right now due to COVID. So they did a thing online where it could be submitted online now. But here, printing your licenses. Let me go to my license. So instead of everybody's license, I'm just going to print my license. Continue. You can have an electronic licensee card that you then have it as an image or PDF document that you carry around on your cell phone. You could just show that all the time. So if a real estate investigator ever asks you for your license, you just show that to them on your cell phone, or you print out the pocket card that's formatted for printing here. And you could either have it emailed or generated into a PDF. I'm going to submit that request and watch. I hate this browser. And this is my printable pocket card right here. You see that? That's what your license looks like. This is what you got to carry around with you anytime you're conducting business. You could have a digital copy on your cell phone, or you could have the printed card you keep in your wallet. All right. So that's that. And those are the links. See, I got the link here to search the license on this slide. And I also have the link. I created another tiny URL here, tinyurl.com/pocket license to print your pocket card. tinyurl.com/pocket license. Okay. I'm just trying to help you out. This stuff you don't need to know for exams, but this is stuff that you need as part of the process. All right. Fingerprinting, we already went over this, all the forms of ID that you need. Okay. Credit card, we did find out that you can use that credit card as a form of ID. When we looked at it in that PSI thing, right? What was it that they accepted? Driver's license, US issued passports. They don't accept firearms IDs. They accept credit cards or Canadian, right? Canadian government issued IDs. All right. And we also had the that booklet. I think I had the link to it here. Hold on one second. Let me just grab that booklet. Nope. Guess I just opened that booklet up from my computer, PSI booklet. Thought I had the link for it here. All right, don't matter. Bum, bum, bum. So on page 6, they have a section there about continuing education requirements. I already had a slide that I had all the details for you about. Here's some of that information that they have over here listed for you. Right next to it, slide 8. This is from the chapter 1 slideshow. Slide number 8 has all this information on it for the continuing education in the book. Okay. All I did is where it says continuing education, I turned it to the side and I wrote slide number 8. That's where you find all that. Licensing procedures. On the bottom of page 7 is the website link that I'm going to email to you. That's in the slideshow. That's in the Word document about fingerprinting on the, for the Real Estate Commission's page where you got to fill out that form. The same one that I sent to you guys in the chat here. Just highlight that link there in case you lose it or you need it again. It's right here in the book. Turn the page. Here's all the testing centers in New Jersey for PSI. What to bring. Highlight candidates should bring to the exam 2 forms of identification with at least 1 government issued photo ID. Remember, they need to be valid. Check your licenses. Got to check mine. I think mine's up for renewal.
Can you repeat that? What did you say to highlight on page 8?
What to bring.
Oh.
You go to the exam center without them, time to register for another exam and pay again. Two more things in this chapter and we're done with this chapter. The guarantee fund, the guarantee fund. Highlight the title, guarantee fund. And then highlight the first sentence, which is almost the first 3 lines there. That says, the guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffered a monetary loss due to the wrongdoing in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker or salesperson or an unlicensed employee of the broker. Got all this stuff on this slide too, by the way. It says the party must first obtain a court judgment naming the real estate commission as party to the suit so that the real estate commission is aware something's going on. If that party suffering is unable to collect on that judgment, then highlight, they may apply within 6 years to the guarantee fund for payment. A criminal complaint must also be filed against the agent or the offending party there. And no spouse of a licensee can bring action against the licensee under the guarantee fund. So in case you get any bright ideas on how to make some money and suing your spouse who gets their license so that you could make a claim against money on the guarantee fund, well, first of all, you ain't gonna get it unless you actually file a criminal charges against your spouse. I guess they're putting it in there because some idiot tried it. Never underestimate the stupidity of people.
Right.
Such an optimist, right? The next paragraph, this is all part of the guarantee fund, by the way. We're gonna just highlight this stuff and then I'll give a good explanation of it all. At the time of initial issuance of license, we're going to highlight each salesperson contributes $10 and each broker salesperson $20 to the guarantee fund. Stop your highlighting and let me continue. Which is maintained by the treasurer and administered by the commission. So basically, the state treasurer is the one that handles all the money that comes into the state. They're the treasurer, that's their job, right? Handling the money. Highlight the maximum payment for a single claim is $20,000 per offense. And stop the highlighting. If there's not enough in the fund to pay all the claims against it, the commission may assess licensees an additional time at license renewal. That's never happened as long as I've been licensed. Highlight. Once the fund pays a claim against the broker or salesperson, their license is revoked until the fund is reimbursed with interest. And then I want you to underline the word revoked. And now let's do a recap, shall we? We'll use the slide for the recap. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund? To reimburse those who have been wronged, robbed by a broker, one of their agents, or one of their unlicensed assistants. And they suffered a monetary loss. Basically, they stole their deposit money, perhaps, right? Each salesperson or referral agent contributes $10 when they get their license, and each broker or broker salesperson $20 to the guarantee fund. That's where they get the money to do the payouts. In order to get a payout, you have to first sue that agent or their broker, name the real estate commission as party to the lawsuit so that they're aware that something's going on. And then if they're unable to collect on that judgment, you have 6 years to file a claim against the fund to get it. Because you know it's one thing to sue somebody and get awarded a judgment and another thing to collect it, right? Can't get blood from a stone. I got awarded a $55,000 judgment in a lawsuit. Must have been 20 years ago. Haven't seen a penny of it yet. Right? Well, over here, if they don't pay you, you could file a claim and get reimbursed. But up to how much?
$20,000.
Only $20,000. So if that person put down more than 20, they're SOL on that. Which is why we also have to file a criminal complaint against them. Now, if there is a payout from that fund, that license is immediately revoked. Well, was there anything immediate about this process? No. You had to sue people. You had to file criminal charges. You got a judgment against them. They didn't pay on it. A lot had to happen before there was a payout. But once there is a payout, your license is revoked. Now, is it possible for you to get your license? Because it says your license in the book, it says your license is revoked until it's repaid with interest. Well, let me ask you a question. If your license is revoked and you're like, oh, you're taking away my license? Oh, wait, no, I'll pay the money back now. You think the real estate commission is going to allow you to keep that license right now?
No, you still got to be, they still on penalize.
You just robbed somebody.
Right.
It's the quickest way to lose your license. All right. So they're not going to give it back to you right away. So why do they have that wording here?
Yeah.
Let me explain. Look at the very end. It says, it may be possible to get your license again years later if paid back with interest. So let's just say years go by. Now you don't have your license. It was revoked, whatever. You haven't had your license in years. You go back to school now trying to get your license again, you know? Can you get the license? Because you got to disclose if you were ever arrested, if you were ever convicted, and if there was a payout from a guarantee fund, right? Now, the real estate commission can say, well, wait a minute, this was over 5 years ago. Because remember, we got that 5-year rule thing. This was over 5 years ago. We believe in second chances. We'll give them their license again. But wait, was there a payout from the guarantee fund? Yes, there was. Did they pay the money back? If they didn't pay the money back, they got to pay the money back plus all the interest that built up over the years in order to get their license back. Now, you think the real estate commission is just going to give the license back? It depends. They're going to ask you questions. Well, what happened all those years ago with you? You know, if they see that you're truly remorseful, you know, hey, I was young and dumb, and since then I grew up, I found Jesus, all is well in my life, right? Now they may consider, you know, giving you the license back because, you know, they realize people are young, they do stupid things, and, you know, time goes on, they're remorseful, you know, they believe in second chances, okay? But did you pay the money back? That's important. Always get questions about the guarantee fund on exam. Always. School exam, state exam, you're going to get questions on both. How many questions did I just ask you from this slide? How much do salespeople and brokers pay into the guarantee fund? $10 and $20 respectfully. What happens to your license if there's a payout from the guarantee fund?
Revoked.
Revoked. What's the maximum payout from the guarantee fund?
$20,000.
$20,000.
There you go. Oh, and what's the purpose of the guarantee fund?
To protect the,
No, don't protect.
oh,
To reimburse.
reimburse the members.
It reimburses.
Yes.
It reimburses. Okay. Protecting means that you wouldn't have gotten harmed to begin with, right? So it reimburses those who have been wronged.
Wow.
Right? Okay. Now, have any of you ever heard of the guarantee fund if you never took this class before? Have you ever heard of the guarantee fund?
No.
Most people probably not, right? So this is like some giant slush fund. We got 96,000 agents as of 2017, right? What about all the agents over the years that have got licensed, let them expire, didn't get them again, just let it go. They got their licenses, $10 from each one of them. If they got their broker's license, $20 from each one of them. Let's just go with 96,000. Let me see, what is that? What does that come out to?
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
$96,000 times $10. All right, that's almost $1 million, $950,000.
Yeah.
But that's just for the agents that were active in that 1 year. How many agents get their license every year? You know, many, many, many. Look, this is a small class I have right now with you guys in it. This is a tiny class. I normally don't hold classes this small, right? I had a couple of people who just never paid, so I never sent them the link, so they didn't join.
That's why they didn't raise that fee.
I got an evening class starting this evening. That's got about 20 people in it. You know, that's probably my average now. And I'm just one school. So let's see, we got 3 classes, usually at least 20 people in them. That's just one school. And then we got, you know, many schools in the state that are doing this. People are getting a license all the time. That's $10, $10, $10, $10. So this guarantee fund is like a giant slush fund, waiting for some politician to rob that money if they have it.
Mhm. State treasurer. Interstate. property sale.
I'm on mute. Was I on mute that whole time or did I just hit mute?
You've been on mute.
Yeah.
You guys ain't saying nothing to me.
Oh, somebody text you.
I know, just now. How long have I been on mute here?
I've heard you. I hear you.
That's fine.
What was the last thing you guys heard?
I
The
hear.
guarantee thing.
Guarantee fund.
Okay, so you heard about the guarantee fund. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Then I'm okay. I probably just moved the slide around then.
Yeah.
Whew. You guys just see me mouthing over here. No words are coming out of my mouth. You gotta type something or say something to me. I could hear you, you know. Whew.
He just did.
I know he just did, and I just noticed it. But like if I was on mute for the last hour, you know,
No,
we got problems. It's easy, you know, because look, I got this Zoom control bar that I got to move around on the screen, and sometimes I grab it by the mute button and I drag it and I move it somewhere, and it usually doesn't mute. You have to press the mute button, but if I hit it and it muted, you know, if you see me moving, my lips moving and nothing's coming out, say something to me, okay? Thank you, I appreciate that, by the way, whoever sent that message. All right. So what was I looking for? Chapter 18. I just want to see something if they have any reference to this in the book at all anymore. It would be in chapter 18. So let me take a look at something. Bear with me one moment. Interstate land sales full disclosure. All right, they have some reference to it on page 313. They removed it from here. Go to page 313 for a moment. All right, so if you go to page 313, where it says Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. You know, if everybody's there at page 313.
Mhm.
All right. So there's regulations that are contained in something that they call the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act. It protects consumers from undue sales pressure. And the examples that we usually go over are like timeshares, you know, out-of-state people marketing properties to New Jersey residents. You ever go to a vacation and somebody gets you off an escalator and they're trying to sell you a timeshare by offering you free vacations and free steak dinners and free show tickets and stuff like that? Well, there's laws that dictate, because they're putting you under a lot of pressure. They're putting you on the spot. And they're offering you free stuff if you agree to buy and sign right here. Well, they have to give you a time period where you could change your mind and cancel that. All right. So out-of-state properties that are marketed to New Jersey residents, they fall under a similar law called the Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. All right. This is the one that deals with out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. So we're going to highlight the last sentence in that first paragraph. The rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketers from undue sales pressure. Now, the Real Estate Commission rules are complex requirements that must be met before any out-of-state land can be sold in New Jersey to New Jersey residents. The regulations contained in the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act are required. They require registration of these properties with the state of New Jersey before they're allowed to be marketed in the state. Basically, somebody from the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control, that's a division within the Real Estate Commission, they have to approve any new construction of out-of-state properties that are marketed to New Jersey residents. Basically, they got to make sure that they're not selling you bridges that don't exist. You know what I'm saying? They want to make sure these properties exist. They want to make sure that the developer is going to be able to finish the project. They want to make sure they're not selling you any swampland in Florida, basically. All right. So they got investigators that'll go out to these other states and they'll make sure all of that before they allow that property to be marketed in New Jersey. Now, even after they allow it, if you buy a property out of state that was marketed to you as a New Jersey resident, they got to give you a 7-day right of rescission. All right, what does the word rescission mean? We're going to get into a moment. I got a slide just for that. It's your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. Now, for new construction of out-of-state properties, there's a 7-day rescission period. Now, highlight at the end of this second paragraph, buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel contracts for the purchase or lease of such lands. Now, they also address advertising rules. Now, they also have rules pertaining, the same rule applies to in-state new construction, where there's at least 100 units, or if there's common area elements involved, you know, like with condominiums and co-ops, they got to give you a 7-day right of rescission as well. So, all right. Now, the next part that talks about advertising language rules. Forget about out of state. This goes to in-state as well. Anytime you advertise a property for sale, if you advertise it in a language, whatever language you advertise it in, all the contracts and disclosures need to be available in the same language that it was advertised in. Now, we're not talking about just general real estate ads here. You know, hey, hire me, Vic, I'm the greatest real estate agent. Hire me to be your agent. I could do that in any language, it doesn't matter. But for properties, if I'm putting up 123 Main Street for sale, in that ad, if I put that advertisement in any other language, I have to have all the contracts and the required disclosures available in the same language that I advertised the property in. You guys understand that? Because there's a state exam question on this and it gets a little tricky. It's actually not that tricky if you don't overthink it. Let me tell you the question. You guys ready? I'm gonna take the slide off the screen now so I can ask it to you. If you advertise a property for sale in Spanish, all the contracts and disclosures need to be available in English only, Spanish only, both, or I do not deserve a real estate license.
Whatever you advertising, it's across the board.
So your answer is?
Spanish,
Spanish,
Spanish.
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 Everybody saying Spanish only?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna,
That's the answer. Because I only told you that I advertised it in Spanish. I never said anything about advertising it in English. See, a lot of times it gets tricky. People start overthinking it and automatically thinking, well, you got the listing in English, you know. Then you start injecting information that wasn't specifically in the question. That's when you start getting yourself into a little, hot spot there. Right? So, yes, the same language that the property was advertised in. Okay. At least that should be in this chapter here. Pertaining to the advertising rules. All right.
put it down low.
So the last paragraph in that section was speaking about this. So either highlight it, put a highlighted box around it, or whatever. It's referring to out-of-state properties though. So I want you to write underneath it, applies to New Jersey properties as well. That's on page 313 there. That last paragraph under Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. The last paragraph, either put a bracket around it, highlight it, and then underneath it, write applies to New Jersey properties as well. Okay. So everybody back to page 9. Wow, we got far, huh? All right, so I created a slide here. This is not in the book. I would suggest that you guys take a picture of this slide, you study this slide. It explains what a right of rescission is, what the word rescission means. And then it explains to you all the rescission rules that you're going to find peppered throughout the book. I put them in one place. So what is the word rescission mean? To rescind. It means to cancel or to take back. It's your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. And there's various rescission periods for different things. When it comes to purchasing real estate, these first 3 rescission periods are dealing with new construction only. So there's a 7-day right of rescission that we just went over for out-of-state properties, that's new construction, that are marketed to New Jersey residents. You have 7 days to cancel it and get out of it after you sign the contracts. But that same law applies to in-state subdivisions where there's at least 100 lots or they have common area elements involved, like with condominiums. There's also a 7-day right of rescission. See, I keep giving you the cross references for the page numbers where you can find this stuff. There's a 5-day rescission period for new construction. For the discovery of off-site conditions, that means that anything that's not on the property that you're purchasing. For instance, you're wanting to buy a new home. A builder just built a brand new home. And you put an offer in on it. And now you see, when you went to that property, you saw it, you thought the property was gorgeous, and you keep going down this one street. But now, some other day, you were coming from a different direction. So you came back from the other side. You came from the other end of the street. And you never drove down that far before. And now you see at the end of the block is the city dump. You still want to buy that new house next to the city dump? See, you may not have been aware of that. So now some people may not care, you know. Others be like, no, I don't want to buy a house that's near the city dump. So you have a 5-day right of rescission to back out of that contract because you discovered something that's not on site. That's what they mean by off-site conditions. Okay.
Good.
3-day right of rescission is your right to cancel a contract for resale properties. That's your attorney review period. After you sign the contract, we count 3 business days. You have 3 business days to back out of it, or to send it to an attorney and start the attorney review period where the attorney can make changes, modifications, or cancel it. A contract can be canceled anytime while it's in attorney review. But if you do not start attorney review within 3 days, the contract becomes legally binding as it is, and it can't be changed or canceled unless both parties agree to it. And then the last 2 rescission periods I have down, what's that? Okay. And the last 2 rescission periods listed here, they don't deal with purchase contracts. They deal with financing contracts for the mortgage money. There's a 3-day right of rescission to back out of a contract for refinancing. And there's a 0-day right of rescission for purchase money mortgages. A purchase money mortgage is any mortgage loan, any loan used to purchase real estate. Here, what did I say here? What's a purchase money mortgage? Read it backwards. Mortgage, money to purchase. Purchase money mortgage. Mortgage, money to purchase, right? It's a category of loans. It's any loan that's used to buy real estate is a purchase money mortgage. Now, I don't want to just throw out words in front of you and assume you know what refinancing means. So I'm going to tell you here. What is refinancing? Say I have a loan on my house and I got a 6% interest rate. You can get a lot lower interest rates these days right now. You can get about 2 and 3%, right? Or in the 2s and 3s, right? So I'm going to get a new loan on my house that pays off my existing loan. And the new loan will be at a lower interest rate. That's what we call refinancing. So why do we refinance property?
Lower interest.
Lower.
Hopefully to get a lower interest rate.
Save some
But
money.
sometimes people also use it to pull out equity. Another word. What is equity? Anybody know?
Value gained on the house.
Yeah, value of the
Built up.
property.
Okay,
Have built up.
it's built-in value. Here, I'm going to define it for you a little bit better. Equity is the difference between the market value of a property and what you owe on it. So there's various ways you could build equity in a house. Market value is cyclical. Markets go up and down on their own, right?
Mhm.
So if you buy a house in the low end and now the values are going up, you're building equity, right? Or through periodic payments, you pay down the mortgage, what you owe. Aren't you building equity? You're increasing that gap between what you owe and what the value of the property is. That's how you gain equity. Is there another way to force an increase in equity?
By building or adding additions to the home.
By doing improvements. Yes.
Renovations.
Renovations, improvements, you increase the value of the property. Now you're increasing your equity in that property. Very good. All right. So I got the same slide in a couple of chapters. So we'll be going over it a couple of times. And I like to do reviews periodically throughout the class where I just ask random questions about previous stuff that we learned. Try to keep you sharp. Okay. But we need to know these rescission periods. We need to know what the word rescission means, and we need to know these rescission periods because you do get questions on exams about them. Next slide. This is the last thing I believe in this chapter, almost. Oh, got some math questions here. We can do some math. That's cool. Okay, what is a rental referral agency? Anybody ever hear of that before? A rental referral company? Can't any real estate company do rentals?
You have,
Yeah, I think any sales agent, sales.
So what the hell is a rental referral company?
those are those books that you may see in the Poconos and, you know, in supermarkets with those.
I'm a real estate agent. If I got my friend's 2-family house and they're going to rent one of the units, I advertise it in those magazines. I'm not a rental referral agency.
That they just dedicated to rental properties.
They're dedicated to only renting properties. But check this out. They rent properties that most real estate agents don't. When people come to my office and they ask that they're looking for a rental and they're looking in an apartment complex. Sorry, can't help you. Apartment complexes, don't they have their own rental offices?
Yes, most of them.
Yeah, they usually do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a rental referral agency is going to reach out to the owners of those complexes. And they're going to say, hey, listen, we're going to put together a website just for your complex. We're going to take beautiful photos. We're going to show what all the amenities are in the area, what's nearby, where all the highways are, what the shopping is. We're going to do floor plans for each of the apartments and the different style units that you have. We'll advertise the units that are available, what the rents are and everything. All we ask for is that if we refer over somebody to you that ends up signing a lease with you, that you're going to pay us a referral fee. Okay, that's a rental referral agency. It's all they do. All right. Now, sometimes they could have a listing with that company where they're exclusively the ones that are marketing it. Or other times they just keep it in-house, that if somebody walks into them looking for a rental, they'll show the unit, but they don't advertise it. They don't put it up on a website. Okay. So if they don't put it up on a website, they don't advertise it. They need to call that owner every 3 days to see if they still got one of those units available. If they don't have if they just have a listing, but they don't have an but they're not advertising it. Now, if they also advertise the property, they need to call them every day to see if one of those units is still available. Otherwise, if they're not, there's no vacancy. Isn't that false advertising?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I usually don't talk about names of agencies, but because rental referral agencies are not that common, there's only a couple of them that I'm aware of around here. Probably more common in New York than they are here. I'll tell you one that's local. You guys see the sign all the time when you're driving down Route 9, I guess, where Route 9 and 1 split or merge, depending which direction you're coming from. You got that Best Rent NJ building, right? You guys know Best Rent NJ? It's a blue and orange logo that they got there, Best Rent NJ. Sometimes they got signs up in front of apartment complexes and such. Okay, so here, let me go to one of their pages here. Let me see. Best Rent NJ. Let me go to their website for a second. I'm not advertising or promoting anybody. I just want to show you something. Okay, so this is Best Rent NJ's website. You could search for apartments and such for rent. They're going to show you some featured properties here. Okay, these are complexes that they have agreements with the owners. That, yeah, let's look at this one. This doesn't look brand new or anything. Let's click on this one. A lot of these are older ones. Let's see what they do. So they put together a web page specifically. Now, their website is a high traffic website. They get a lot of traffic here. So they put together a website with professional looking photos, high quality photos. They got the little slideshow thingamajiggy going on here, right? Oh, look at this. They're even offering 1 month free rent on certain apartments. Okay. You could get the rental application, but look, they show you there's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom units available. What floors are they on? Let's see. Let's see the first 1 bedroom here. This is probably the first floor here. They should have said first floor, but let's take a look. They show you the square footage, you get 1 free month, and look, there's availability. There's 1 of those units available right now. Look what happens if they're not available. Like there's no 2 bedrooms here available on the 2nd floor. It says available soon. Instead of saying no vacancies, they say available soon. That's something. But you click on it and they give you the floor plan. You know, so they do some nice little layout there. So the owners of the apartment complexes are sure you can do all that work for us and it's free. We only pay you if you refer somebody to us. And now you're going to tell us, now you're going to put there about the features that this apartment complex or this apartment has, what it's near, a little write-up about it. You're going to have maps here with local attractions, other properties, transportation, restaurants, schools, shopping, and all that goodies that are in the area over here. Okay, so basically that's what they do, and then they earn a referral fee. That's all they do. So for exams, you need to know this. With rental referral agencies, how often does an agent need to check to see if a unit is still available if the property is just listed?
3 days.
At least once every 3 days. And if they advertise the property?
Every day.
Every day. You'll need to know that. That's on exam. And then if the renter gives more than $25, like to hold the unit as a deposit or whatever, brokers are required to put it into an escrow account. So brokers are required to put money that our clients give us into an escrow account if the deposit is how much?
$25
Over $25, 25 or more.
or more.
All right, let's see what else I added here to this slideshow. We're done with that chapter. So let's see what else I added here to this slideshow. Let's see, we got a little math problem here I put together for you. Do I have answers here? Oh, I do. That's not good.
Yes, it is. That's really good.
I want you to figure it out. All right. If a property sells for $325,000, how do you figure out your commission? If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, and the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agency gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn? I don't want you guys seeing that whole thing there. Hold on 1 second. Maybe I could cover it up with something. Even though you saw it for a second, I'm gonna see if I could cover it with something. I don't know, shape or comment or something. Here we go. Let me cover it with some art or shape or something or other. There we go. What's up? Let's see if you guys can figure it out. This is a question you get just like this on state exam. Just like this. Let's see if you could figure it out. It's simple math. So let's see if you guys can figure it out. You got a calculator handy? Let's see if you guys can figure this out.
Is it 7,020 for the buyer's agent? And 11,700 for the listing agent?
I don't know. I'll have to take a look. I got it all covered up right now. I can't see it yet either.
Yeah, I have 11,700 for the,
I'm pretty sure it's less than that.
60%.
Anybody lost?
Mm-hmm. No.
58, yeah. I don't know. So I got 58.50.
So let's see. The question is, if a property sells for 325,000 and the total commission is 6%, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn or keep?
9,795.
3,120.
So let's try to work this out slowly. I'm going to pull this thing down. I'm going to pull the mask over slowly. Oh, I can't do that in this mode. Hold on 1 second. I got to change my viewing mode. How do I do that? Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. I'm going to put it back on screen there for you. Okay. So the answer, you take 325 times 6% is the first step to find out that the total commission was $19,500.
Yeah,
Everybody get that?
yeah.
All right. That's your 6%.
Mhm.
And the question says the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency keep? Well, if the listing agency gets 60%, how much is left for the other side, for the buyer's agency?
40%.
40%, right?
Mhm.
But they're not telling you that in the question. You had to figure that out for yourself. There's only 100%. Only that's the whole pie, right?
So
You had
60 out of 40?
Yeah. So you take that total commission, 19,500 times 40%. And that's the total commission that goes to the buyer's agency side. However, that agent is getting 60% of that. So 78, that's $7,800.
It's 3,000 something.
So that means that the buyer's agency
4,000.
is getting $4,680. Oh wait, that's the buyer, I'm sorry, that's the buyer agent's commission. And when you subtract that from that total commission, the answer is $3,120.
Mhm.
Wow.
You see how we got to that?
Yeah.
Let me ask, did everybody get that?
Mm.
I hear a lot of Listen, this is a pretty easy math problem. It is simple math, but most people get it wrong. I'm telling you right out, most people get this wrong. And usually people get stumped at the beginning because they're like, the question is wrong. It's more than 100%. Right? Did anybody have that? Was anybody asking themselves that question? Wait, that's more than 100%, you know, from the beginning.
It's wrong.
Okay, well, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. If the listing agency gets 60% of that 6% commission,
Mhm.
how much is left for the buyer's agency to get?
40%.
The 40.
Okay. So
Yeah.
if the total commission is 19,500 and they get 40%, that's 7,800. That's 100%. That's the total commission. That's the 40% of the 6% that goes to the buyer's agency. That needs to be split between the buyer's agent and their broker.
Mhm. The
And if
broker-
that buyer's agent's on a 60% split with their broker, you see, they don't put all those words in there.
Right. Mhm.
That's why you gotta be careful when you're reading it, because they're not explaining it simple, stupid way. They're being a little tricky with their wording. All right. So if the buyer's agent's on a 60% split and the total commission that came into their brokerage is $7,800,
Mhm.
how much does their agency get? 40%. So it's
Mhm.
40% of the 40%, right?
Right. Mhm.
So if the buyer's agent is on a 68% split and the total commission that came into their office was $7,800, the buyer's agent gets 60%, they get $4,680. And then their brokerage gets to keep the rest, which is the other 40%. Which is the other 40%.
Yeah.
So you see the commission gets split two ways. There's the total commission is 7,800.
Mhm.
You minus that 60% split, which is 4680, and you're left with 3120. Another way of doing that was just taking the total commission that came in and times it by 40%, you get the same answer.
Yeah, so they got these trick questions.
Well, it's more of a comprehension question than a math problem.
Mhm.
The math is easy.
Yep.
They want to see if you're paying attention to, if you're understanding what it is that they're asking of you here.
Mhm. Three-way split. Well, 60.
Did everybody get that now? Does everybody understand, or do I need to explain it a little bit more again?
I understand that.
Oh, it's okay.
You guys good?
Mhm.
All right. If you're
I'm gonna
not
do it
asking me, I'll go
tonight.
through it again. I'll break it down again.
I'm gonna go over it tonight.
All right. I got this in a step-by-step in the math how-to study guide too. I worked this out in there too. And I got another class videos I went over this too. Okay. All right. Let's give you another math problem. Here, let me stop the share for a second so that I can look at it first. All right, let's see. You know what? This gives it to you. Instead, I'm going to do it a different way. We're going to do it on the whiteboard. I'm going to pull up the whiteboard for you. Probably the easiest way to do. It's like we do it in class, right? School. Got our chalkboard. Here's our whiteboard. Oh, these junk calls coming in. All right, so. No one. So the question is this. Okay, we have a lot here. And let me go back and forth and copy this question here. This is a 2.5 acre lot. Right? And it sells, let's see, it's 2.5 acre property that's 500 feet deep. It's 500 feet deep. And the lot sells for $1,000 per front foot. By the way, a front foot is the width of the front of the lot. That's what frontage is. That's what a front foot is. Okay? Frontage or front feet is the width of the front of the lot. So if the depth of the lot is 500 feet, it's a 2.5 acre lot size, and this lot sells for $1,000 per front foot. How wide is the lot, and how much will it sell for? How much frontage? And how much does it sell for? In order to figure this out, you guys need to know a secret number. How many feet in an acre? To the left, to the left, to the right.
43560.
How many feet in an acre?
43,560.
43,560.
All right. So how many feet are there in a 2.5 acre lot? Do this.
500.
Times 43,560 times 2.5 minus 2.5 times 2.5 acres. That's 108,900. 1089.
Hold up.
There's 108,900 square feet in a 2.5 acre lot. And if that lot is 500 feet deep, how wide is it? Well, you divide it by 500. And that gives you basically 217 point whatever. I'm just going to say 217. I'm going to round it to 217. I know it comes to 217 something. I'm not sure what, but it don't matter. So how much frontage is there? There's 217 front feet. So the front of this lot is 217 feet. Now, if it's selling for $1,000 per front foot, how much did it sell for? Well, 1,000
217,000.
times 217.
217,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's $217,000, right? That's it. That's all it's to it. So if we go back to that slideshow, I don't think I rounded it on the slideshow. I was doing it in my head. Yeah, it's 217.8. So 217.8 times 1,000. Oh, we did round it here. So 217 times 1,000 is 217,000. There you go. But you're not going to get the answer if you don't know how many feet in an acre. So this slideshow, I work out for you step by step how we got to this answer.
Mm.
Okay. We good?
Mhm.
So if they give you the one side and you're trying to figure out the other side, all you do is take the total area and divide it by the length, and it gives you the other length.
Mm.
Right? Right? So 43,560 times 2.5 for just 2.5 acres gives you 108,900 feet and 2.5 acres. 108,900 divided by 500 gives you 217.8, but I rounded it down because they're not giving you $1,000 for less than an acre, less than a foot, right? So I rounded it down, and 217 times 1,000, that's $217,000. 217. That's pretty good for a 2.5 acre lot. That's real good. Probably not in New Jersey though. Right? Real estate costs a lot more here, right?
Mhm.
All right. Everybody got that? Should I move on, or you want to snap a picture, or somebody taking notes on that or something?
Got that.
Well, Adele, you taking notes? Can I change screens yet or no? Are you still taking notes?
I got mine.
All right. I'm going to change screen then. All right. So here's just a couple of math problems. I got a couple of math problems here if you guys want to take a look at them to work them out, you know. There's another math problem at the end of this slideshow. You got a 3-acre lot, and it can be subdivided into 50-foot by 100-foot minimum lot sizes. How many lots can it be divided into? And how much will the seller make if each lot sells for $150,000? Well, once again, how many feet in an acre you need to know. So you just take 43,560 times 3 acres. That gives you 130,680 square feet. So 43,000 times 3, 130,680 square feet. Second step is you figure out how many square feet in 50 by 100. Well, just do 50 times 100, and that's 5,000. Then you just take the total square footage, 13680 divided by 5,000, and you get 26 lots. It's a little bit over, but you can't build on less than a 50 by 100. So you can only get, so somebody's going to have a little bit larger lot size. So you got 26 lots you're going to get out of that. All right. So now if they sell for $150,000 each, 150,000 times 26, and now you're rolling in the money.
Mhm.
$3.9 million. All right. It's a lot of dough. A lot of do-re-mi, right? So when you're driving by these large lots that are selling there on the highway that seem like they're abandoned and nobody's using them and they're useless, call up and see how much they want for it. Yeah, it's a lot of money there, even for a vacant lot, especially on the side of a highway. Right? All right, let's see if we got another math problem here. I don't know. Nope, that's it. All right, so I'll leave that math problem up there for you because I've seen some people were writing away on it still. So I'll put that one back up. And in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to do the key terms to review at the end of every chapter. So we're going to do this and then we're done for the day. Okay, so at the end of the chapter, chapter 1 in the book on page 11, we got key terms to review. I don't do the questions at the end of the chapter. You guys can do that if you want in your own spare time, but I do go over the key terms to review with you. So the way that this works is I'm going to read out the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you believe the corresponding answer to it is on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout out as you got them. Are you ready? All right, let's do a little cash cab here, right? Let's do this. Administrator of real estate licenses. Who is that?
New Jersey Real Estate Commission.
Alice,
5 is A, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission. That's correct. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees.
Title 11, Chapter 5.
12 is B, correct. And before we move on to the next one, Title 11, Chapter 5 is also known as what?
The administrative code.
The Administrative Code. That's right. You guys may want to write that there next to that answer or under it, Administrative Code. Okay. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision.
Broker salesperson.
Broker salesperson, 2 is C. An individual licensed to charge the public in real estate service for real estate services.
Broker.
The broker, they're the only one licensed to do so. 1 is D. A law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
Real Estate License Act.
6 is E. And let me ask you a question. What is the Real Estate License Act also known as? Title.
Um,
Oh my God, title.
Title 45, Chapter 15.
45,
4515, Title 45, Chapter 15. So 6 is E. Member of the Private Real Estate Trade Organization. Who is a member of the Private Real Estate Trade Organization? Who's the member?
Realtor.
The
Yeah.
Realtor.
Mhm.
7 is F. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee.
That is a referral fee. 9 is G. One license to assist a broker in real estate transactions.
Salesperson.
The salesperson.
Salesperson. 10 is H. Reimburses people who are defrauded or badly served by licensees in real estate transactions.
The guarantee. fund.
4 is I, the guarantee fund. A salesperson who joins a particular real estate trade group.
Realtor Associate.
Associate.
8 is J, correct, Realtor Associate. Licensee limited to prospecting prospective clients and customers to the broker.
Salesperson licensed with real estate referral
You
company.
could just say referral agent, I'll get it. But yeah, 11 is K, that's the referral agent or newly called salesperson's licensed with a real estate referral company, too wordy. All right. Class is required for license renewal.
Continuing
Continuing
education.
education.
CE, continuing education. 3 is, what was that, L? Yeah. All right. And that will conclude our day. So wait. Let me throw out the afternoon poll here for you. You guys can answer the poll. And then we're done for today.